We do not exist in practice.
The Practice is actually a pretty decent show until the last season, and it's
Oh,
garbage, absolute
that's a
trash.
shame.
I'm gonna assume it's a medical drama.
Oh, so close. They do cross over with a medical drama, but it's a legal drama. They
That
also
makes sense.
cross over with Mallory McBeal. I just realized I'm the only one old enough who probably watched Ally McBeal, so never mind.
Yeah, I had no idea what you're talking about.
Goes there.
I mean, I feel like the better joke, because we're doing Star Trek, would be to say, what's it, Boston Legal.
Boston Legal, that's true. That is the sequel series to The Practice, or a spin-off, I should say. And on the back of that very relevant factoid, hello everyone, I'm A.D. Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we're in another episode of Star Trek Return to the Frontier as we follow the adventures of the USS Andromeda. And yeah, we're in a part two, a two-parter. We haven't had that for a bit. Because it's not at all the player's fault at all. We cannot blame us. It is 100% the GM's fault. I am not taking any blame.
Absolutely.
I went to play Calto. It's not my fault. So, was that ramble? I hand it off to the GM.
And I, the doctor.
Yep. Hang on.
Maybe not the doctor.
Yeah, hang on a second.
We're really dodging the pre-scripted allegations right now.
Shush. Shush, you.
These are all
Look.
the AI's malfunctioning. Don't mind me.
Oh, okay,
If you want highly pre-scripted, pre-coordinated, skilled actors to do a light TTRPG campaign, there are plenty of shows for you. If you want the chaos of what an actual, normal, completely freeform TTRPG campaign is, it's this.
Yup.
That's the excuse I keep going with.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
You got
Stick
it?
my flag on the soil that I am totally better than Matthew Mercer, hands down, no competition.
Okay.
Well, you heard it here first.
I am now ready to begin.
Okay.
Chief Medical Officer's Log Supplemental. Here at Surax Rest, our away team has encountered a frightening medical malady. A Federation scientist has died under suspicious circumstances. Given his background in genetics, the only conclusion I can draw at this point is that his research has uncorked the stopper on some horrifically modified infectious disease. With the planet under quarantine, the USS Andromeda is currently the only place on the planet safe from this unknown biological element. Unfortunately, I am not on board the USS Andromeda. As it stands, it's taking everything I can to follow the affliction as it continues to impact our biology. End log.
All right. This is a 4-threat game.
Amazing.
Thank you, Gwen. Thank you.
5 of you, so that is 20.
Look, I'm all about creating positive play experiences with the table.
Traits to be aware of. It was brought up last episode. I think it's General Order 24. As it stands, if that is used at this moment, the character doing it, ordering it, would receive 40 reprimands. Any character doing it would receive 20. That's how unacceptable it is at this point. That may change in the future. That there is a trait epidemic 0 because there are no confirmed outside cases yet. The colony has not reported any cases. All hands on deck is because everybody on the Andromeda is focused on this problem. and the ruined lab because the lab was already in poor shape from not being attended, but the hijinks of a chief ops specialist made it less functional.
I think that's worth like half the cost of General Order 24. No,
I can say with full certainty that my character does not remember doing this right now.
Anyone,
that's true.
specifically Soloris and Tuir, who have stress, that stress goes away, but injuries remain unless they've been healed.
Hmm.
And we will pick up there. I think when we. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the thing that had been going on from like last time was that I kept trying to examine the engineer to figure out what is wrong with him, and I've not yet had the opportunity to make that roll.
Because you're supposed to coup de grace him. Wrong system.
Well, you
I'll still have
can
to do it.
now.
Hooray!
You can give me. Is this a quick observation of pulse, breathing rate, that can be done either with a cursory scan or manually, or is this are you taking some time to read over your tricorder in depth?
I think based on how much stuff happened between me deciding I wanted to start doing it and the end of last session, I think I'm going to be doing something a little more in depth because I am now acutely aware that there is some unknown biological agent at play here.
Sure.
And I need to isolate what.
Reason, medicine, difficulty of 2.
Leave 2. Okay. It's an extended that won't come into play because I'm not spending any momentum. Take a threat.
All right.
Infectious diseases focus.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, that's 2 hits.
Lieutenant Revere is experiencing a fatiguing but mild viral infection.
All right. I have no momentum with which to ask additional questions. Cool.
Oh, you don't get one because someone assisted you, I don't think. I was thinking you got a freebie, and I don't think you get that unless you've been assisted.
Yeah, if you want to ask questions, you'd have to try to say how you're looking into this to get another roll.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, in order for me to ask additional questions, my abilities proc on spending momentum.
Yeah.
No, I mean literally ask me, the GM, additional questions, and I'll give you a new roll for that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Momentum,
Okay.
obtain information is a quick way to not have to do a bunch of rolls to learn things. But if you don't have that, you can just actually look into the thing.
Okay. Fatiguing, but you said it's a mild infection?
I did, yes.
Okay. Here's an interesting thing. Does anything about this, if have I been able to effectively, I need to isolate this virus first and foremost. I don't know if that would be a reason task or an extended task or what.
That is a single task. The problem is you lack the equipment. There may be equipment here that could be used, but there's none that's like ready to go right at your fingertips. So you would want to find any equipment. Right now, the only thing you have is a library computer and your tricorder.
Hmm.
So would you like to search for basic analytic equipment?
Yes, and to which point, Tweer will turn to the captain and say, Captain, I require your assistance. I need to take stock of what analytical equipment this laboratory has at its disposal. If I'm to have any chance of
Captain's not in
isolating
this
this
room.
Oh, is the captain not in the room?
Yeah, no, the last thing that happened last episode was the captain was about to die from or max out her stress track, so she left the room and then bumped into Griffin, who is now under the
Oh.
mind control of So the captain
Oh,
has
okay.
left this room, so she
Okay,
can't help you right now.
okay, I don't see the map, so
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I'm like still on the title
Yeah.
page.
My bad. There is a obvious intercom system though.
The Tweer will look around himself.
All right. Insight engineering, difficulty 1. I would allow medicine or science at increased complication.
I will take that increased complication because that gives me an increase of 3. Either physician or Starfleet medical xenozoology researcher.
Oh, the second one, yeah. You could apply that either to the difficulty or to the.
I'll do it to the comp increase.
Okay.
Just to keep the comp where it is. Difficulty 1, please. Okay, well, that hits it.
All right.
Sorry, I'm not generating any momentum for us guys.
You find several crates of unopened analytical equipment. For 2 momentum or a task roll, you can set up a piece of equipment and gain a trait like you would for a laboratory. So like an example is you could take time to set up a genetics research lab for either 2 momentum or a task roll.
Okay.
As you look through that equipment, we go to the other room. Where I believe, as the captain pointed out, they are experiencing intense symptoms and dealing with a disoriented pilot.
Yeah, the captain walks out and says, "Yes, Chief Specialist. How is your arm? The air in that room, it's nauseating."
I'd like to try and get a handle on my surroundings real quick, see what's changed since what I last remember.
You mean what's changed since you left this room and shot the radio tower?
Oh, is that what I remember right now? Okay.
Um, yes.
All right. I'm just doing all right, Captain.
If you are feeling less, if you are feeling more stable, I believe you might be able to assist the doctor in the other room. He needs someone to be an extra pair of hands for him.
Right, as long as I can bring a chair in there.
If I look in this room, can I see a computer system? Is that what's at this desk right here?
Yes.
Then
You
she's
see
going to
an
say,
active terminal.
and then she's going to say, I'm going to sit down, look through his logs, see what else I can learn about this.
All right. What are you doing, specialist, to move rooms with a broken ankle?
Oh, it's your leg that's broken, not your
Yeah, my
arms.
arm's
My
fine.
bad.
My foot's not
Okay.
great though.
Dolores
mean,
is so sick she forgot which limb you hurt.
Griffin has a singed uniform and looks disoriented, so you might not have been wrong to guess that she had an injured arm.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's also injured, we'll say, but like not majorly. However, it was visible in a way that my foot was not. So, I'm going to try to make myself a bit of a splint using one of these chair legs.
Daring medicine difficulty. The intensity is 2, right? Yeah. Difficulty 2. This does not heal it. This only allows you to ignore this injury for this scene.
All right. I don't believe I have a focus here.
Survival.
Survival. Okay.
Yeah, this is basic. This is not even this is on the line between first aid and information you're taught to like stay alive and like survival and rescue school.
Yep. All right.
To be fair, they do they probably go over that a bit more with pilots than
Yeah.
than most, because
Mhm. I will give you a threat.
All right.
Kind of
If
just
you
want to
get-
say you are a threat right now, but hey.
because I tell you what, if you're flying a shuttle, 9 times out of 10 that thing is crashing.
Hey,
Well, if your last
I'm
name is
playing it.
That is
Starbucks.
true.
One momentum gained. Are you going to hold on to that, or are you going to give it to me in threat?
I don't feel like you have enough threat yet, so I'm going to give it to you in threat.
Oh, I had something in mind.
All right. So.
All right, you kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, fashion myself a table leg brace and splint, and head over to the airlock.
All right. You make it through the airlock, and you see the doctor fumbling with several crates, comparing labels and machines that are disassembled, seemingly somewhat lost.
Doctor, what are you trying to do there?
I'm trying to set up a remote polycarbon analysis matrix. But I tell you what, this doctor had a very peculiar sorting system.
Maybe I can give you a hand.
Right. Give me control engineering difficulty 2, assisted by reason engineering. So someone's going to be putting this together, and the other person is like pointing out which components need to be used.
I've got a 12 here.
For which?
Control engineering.
Okay, I also only have a 12 for control engineering. I do have a 13 for reason engineering.
I have a 15 for reason engineering.
Then I'm doing control engineering.
So the doctor starts to put the analyzer together while Griffin gives direction.
The only thing I could really feasibly throw your way would be a chemistry focus.
What do you expect this lab to help with?
I'm attempting to chemically separate out the virus from, you know, biosamples.
I'm gonna say it won't apply only because
Okay.
that is kind of too narrow. The kind of things you could use this for would be more broadly like genetics research or biologic research,
Yeah, that's fair.
xenobiology, right? I wouldn't want you to like pigeonhole yourself too much with
Yep,
this.
yep. Fair enough. Cool. Then I'll just be rolling this as is. And you said what's the diff?
2.
2. I'm gonna spend that momentum because this isn't a super great stat of mine.
Oh, I am gonna say the complication range is at 3 because of the trait ruined lab.
Okay, so I have to increase the comp range to 3.
Yes.
Cool.
Some of these crates and equipment were damaged in the explosion. All right, and the assist?
Would survival work as a focus here? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
So 2 momentum gained.
All right.
And I think biochemistry lab is the closest thing to what you described.
Yep.
All right. You and Griffin set up several field analyzers. And you can load in a sample from Lieutenant Revere. While you're doing that, Captain, you start sitting at the computer and take 3 stress or an injury.
Okay. I assumed it was contact with something in that room that was making me feel stress. Okay. I'll take the 3 stress then.
Okay. Yeah, you feel another this time you kind of feel muscle cramping before it somewhat abates, and you look at the computer screen. You're looking up the researcher's logs.
Yeah.
No check because Griffin already had them pulled up on this terminal.
Okay.
Give me insight, science, or medicine. Normally difficulty 0, and you'd get to ask questions with momentum earned, but because of ruined lab, it's going to be difficulty 2.
Okay.
Actually, this terminal was restored, so we'll put that towards complication range. It'll be difficulty 0, complication 3.
Okay. Okay. You have a lot of threat, which counterintuitively makes me feel like giving you a little bit more threat isn't that big of a deal. So have 3 threat, and I'll roll 4 dice.
That's called the
I
Inslee
love the
bargain.
logic.
The Ensley bargain.
It's threat hyperinflation. You know, it's not as big a deal because you're going to be spending a lot more money to acquire each of those.
And I'm
setbacks.
going to do all the kinds of terrible things of that make you think of the Weimar Republic and Zimbabwe, other than their inflation. So
Oh, God damn it!
yeah.
Wow.
Are you saying 1 setback doesn't cost 12 threat now?
So are you going to hold on to that
13,
comp,
take it or leave it.
or
I can't really do much about it, so shh. I don't want the computer to explode. I kind of need the computer to work. So
there are
yeah.
other complications?
Okay. All right. Then throw it at me.
Computer explodes.
You find a rather than opening the log that was saved by Griffin, you want to make sure you get an uncompromised version of the log that's not that should not be corrupted, and you see a version of the file is waiting in a transfer folder that this terminal seems to share with the colony's main transmitter.
Okay.
You have access to the file.
So the setback is that the files
I described
were
what happened.
okay.
You may not be aware of any negative
Alright.
consequences yet.
Okay. So I spent momentum for questions.
Yes, you have access to his logs.
Okay. Can I spend 1 momentum on what was the name of the pathogen, or I guess pathogens, he was researching?
He was not researching any he was not researching any known pathogens. He seemed to be doing theoretical and some practical research into a designed pathogen.
Bioweapon.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Is there a name for what the project he was working on was called?
He it seems to be logged with mundane timestamps and file names.
Oh, okay. So it's just called like final draft version 3457, really final this time?
Well, I mean, there are things like, you know, transmission vector research. There's things like notes on notes on immunology response, things
Sure,
like that. There's
Mhm.
no giant header on all the documents. It says like Project Damocles.
Okay.
There's
all
no
right.
Weapon X project.
Yeah, no, there's
Yeah.
nothing like that.
Okay. In that case, another momentum on can I learn I understand this is a unique virus, but there's no such thing as, just falling out of the coconut tree. It has to exist in some kind of context. So can I learn like perhaps anything about what it might have been based on or constructed from originally?
Everything he's doing seems like original work.
Okay. Okay.
He does mention that, right, in several places that, right, a virus among a species of subterranean beetle on a far off planet, right, has been useful in his research, but it's not like
Mhm.
he's adapted an existing entire virus and then
Okay.
edited it.
Okay. Um, okay. Not directly related. Can I tell from his logs if this is sanctioned by the Federation? Like, did someone in a research bureau or university or something like agree to fund this research, or is this guy just a kook who lives in the woods?
I'll take that. He has, as a researcher emeritus, he, for his service to the Federation scientific community, he's given a fully functional lab to use in his retirement. So there's no active project they gave him permission to come out here and work on. They just said, you know what, you've been a great scientist for us for like decades. So here's a fully functional lab.
This is your retirement on this
He's
nice balmy planet.
Yep.
I believe the actual terminology for that kind of thing would be like biologist emeritus.
He's literally a geneticist emeritus. Yes.
Okay, last question. How long do these logs go back? How long has he been here working on this?
5 years.
5 years.
But
Okay, well,
his research has logs older than that, but he's only been here working on this planet for 5 years,
okay,
like fully devoted to this.
okay. Before I was just, a WIP, and yeah, okay. Okay, I think that's my go. Interesting things I've learned. I don't think any of it directly helps anyone yet.
All right. As to where you are setting up your lab, or you're setting up the samples, give me reason, medicine, or science. The difficulty is going to be 0 normally, because this is for you to ask questions about what you've observed. Ruined lab brings that up to 2. Biochemistry lab brings it back down to 1. So difficulty 1.
Farming. Okay. I'm just gonna roll the 2 because you guys aren't giving me any momentum.
Well, I had plenty of momentum. I was trying to spend it on questions that might help your research. Unfortunately, none of them did.
I
Any
succeed.
assist from Griffin?
Yeah, sure, I can assist. I know a thing or two. Mm,
So, you can ask one question for free because that's the purpose of the task, and then you have 1 momentum gained.
Okay. Here was the thing that I remember noting. The data on the computer matched the doctor's genetic profile.
It did.
Does this virus have any similarities with the data on the computer and the doctor's genetic profile?
Yeah, you analyze the virus and simulate an infection and analyze the results. The Lieutenant Revere's cells are being commandeered and having their genetic information replaced with the researchers with Dr. Henry Sato's genetic information.
Oh, that is very bad. That is very, very bad. Here's the interesting thing. Can I determine if this was a purpose, like this was the purpose of this virus was to do that, or is this a unfortunate, like is this an unfortunate coincidence that like this is what it does? It did
1 second.
because I determined that this place is doing like we determined that this place is doing like purpose-built virus stuff as part of his emeritus research, but I'm trying to figure if he meant to do this.
Oh, shoot.
Uh-oh.
1 second.
Just gotta fish those notes out of the recycle bin.
Now I gotta unscrew a player's sheet.
Oh no.
Oh.
But it's okay, I did it to myself. Well, I did it to someone else, and it's my problem to fix.
Typical.
Uh-huh.
A dog ate your character sheet. It's worse than Rock's Fall. Everyone dies because it only happens to you, and nothing you can do about it.
Okay, that should be fixed. Yeah, Griffin, you'll wanna.
Yep, I see that.
Okay.
Um, you,
Ask the question again,
clarification on
Doctor.
the message, by the way.
Oh, your question was it intentional?
Yeah, was that what this thing is meant to do, or am I like realizing that like, oh, he didn't mean for it to do this, but it locked onto his genetic code, and now it's overwriting everything with his genetic code? Because I can totally see that being one of like 2 possibilities. Hmm.
All right, there's a. I added a extended task that the 3 of you can work on together because you and the captain are very close to discovering something, but it requires both of you to kind of share what you've learned and work together. So progress track of 8, difficulty 4, because there's a lot of obtuse things here and none of you are dedicated geneticists. And there is resistance. That resistance is coming from the ruined lab trait. You can apply the biochemistry lab to help on the difficulty, the resistance, or
What kind of task is it?
You can suggest what makes sense within reason, because it's you and the captain kind of using logs and analyzing your experimental results together.
So why
Okay.
don't you take the main role with like reason medicine or something,
Yeah,
and
I was
I'll
I'll
do
gonna say,
that.
assist you with like
Okay.
reason science or something. So yeah,
And
go ahead.
what's the base diff?
4.
Oh, cool. Hey, Griffin, I don't know if you'd mind generating some momentum for me.
Yeah, I
Uh,
can.
po- Winchester, can I get an answer to the question I DM'd you first?
Oh, yeah, you have to bring my attention. That's on a different screen.
Yeah, totally. I was waiting for a moment where it was opportune to do so. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Momentum. We could do that. Absolutely. Spending determination towards the value limits are there to be tested. If that works.
Also,
I
do not
don't think
allow.
so. I don't think there's a limit holding Griffin back at the moment.
Also, look at all the directives for today's episode, Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin has a
I
value at the
could.
moment that would work. I just don't think
Oh,
limits.
absolutely.
Because
Uh,
you're not. I don't think Griffin's being held back by any limits at the moment.
Yeah, no, I guess I was thinking less of it in terms of like holding people back, in terms of like this research is breaking limits.
Oh,
and not
if you were the one
expanding,
doing
so-
the research, yes. But
Yeah,
you're not
okay,
doing the
okay.
research. You're only helping them look into it.
I will take a look at mission directives, I guess.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of them.
Nah, I'll use a value. I'll spend the value life can be molded.
Yes.
There you go, Doc. 3 momentum.
4 momentum
4
generated.
actually. 'Cause I'm also human.
Are you human though? I mean, like, I haven't seen you pass CAPTCHA, no offense.
That just proves you're not a robot. That's different.
Yeah. Vulcans
Oh,
can pass captchas.
I didn't know that.
Because you're the robot. Get her.
The fact that you didn't know that implies Soloris can't pass a cat.
All right. Yeah. I'll take reason medicine difficulty 4 from the doctor, and I'd actually think insight, medicine or science if you're assisting with the logs.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably the only obvious way I can assist. Hold on, let me.
You could if you like stop looking at the logs, you could like stand over his shoulder and help with reason medicine as well, but
I'm not better at
Yeah.
that.
I didn't
Um,
figure.
GM, we have no threat, or we have no momentum right now.
You have 4.
For
Oh no,
it's-
Twir spent a bunch of that, didn't he?
How much was spent? Sorry, I didn't catch.
right.
I don't know what he said.
I assume 3,
Would
because
it
that's how much
3?
dice were hitting
Yeah.
on the ground.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you, Twir.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
Oh, there
okay.
you are.
I
now we
guess
hear you.
I've just been quiet this whole time.
Yeah.
What was the last thing you heard me say?
I don't know.
You didn't say anything about the roll after I finished explaining things to Griffin. You just rolled.
Oh, whoops. I said I was spending 3 momentum,
Okay,
and I did.
you did.
GM, would you take 1 momentum and 1 threat for me to activate Walking Encyclopedia to get a focus in, oh, I don't know, genetics, perhaps? That might be useful here.
I don't know if I can.
Is it an immediate spend?
It
For that?
is.
Then threat can be used. It has to be immediate for it to count.
Yes.
Okay.
Tui's very strict
Oh.
about that.
Also, I have my physician and Starfleet medical xenozoology researcher traits. Let me know if either of those do anything for me.
Yeah, the xenozoology does help, not in a that's what you're studying sense, but in a medical ethics sense, like the ethics of biological and medical research.
Cool. In which case I'll lower the difficulty so we actually get an
1 momentum.
additional yeah,
Uh,
additional
GM.
momentum on anything else you generate.
Okay, GM. Insight science of my long-standing focus in genetics. Does that rock here?
Do you have a focus? Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, I
Sorry, it
thought
was
you
a
were
joke.
actually saying you had one for. It's like that was a sleeper focus.
That's a sleeper focus.
Yes, that works.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
also infectious disease focus.
Yes,
Then that first die I rolled is actually a crit.
it is. So
I
a
just
total of 4 momentum were gained on the roll.
cool.
Could I provide an assist here, actually?
You can, but you have to spend a momentum or a threat to be allowed to assist.
Well, we just generated a bunch, so go for
I mean,
it.
if I have to spend one, I probably would just be getting it back, so.
That's true.
Yeah, you do it if you think you can crit or you have like an ability that really helps. But each person past the first that assists, the main roller has to spend a resource to bring in.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
So you can. It's just, do you think you can crit,
Yeah.
or do you have an
So-
ability that would help?
I don't think so.
So additionally,
Actually, you very
I mean,
much do.
I do have one. Yes.
In
It's
fact,
just
I don't know that
need
it could be better.
Fine. Okay.
yeah, we rolled about as well as I reasonably could have.
See if I can get some extra momentum here. Cochrane Medal of Excellence Genetics for dedicated focus.
Yes.
What?
Um.
You really got to pay attention to your fellow players' sheets more.
So, is Tawir going to spend momentum or threat to allow Griffin to
Oops.
assist?
Sure. That's okay.
That was an either or.
That was not a yes or no question. That was a which one if you are going to.
Blue or red?
Oh, blue.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So I don't think Cochrane comes into that because that requires a determination spin, but dedicated focus does. That one doubles your
Yeah.
crit range.
Makes sense.
Reason, science, or medicine. Yep. That's
Yeah, I'll take science.
so yeah.
Well, it's just a success.
One momentum gained, but as part of that, Tawir, Griffin starts speaking like a seasoned PhD in genetics. There are things that she brings up that are just outside of the scope of amateur knowledge or even advanced enlisted training. There are things that she mentions that you did not even get to in medical school, that you only got to like in your career in the field working with actual genetics researchers.
Yeah, Griffin doesn't have a college degree, and she's telling you stuff about PhD research.
Yeah,
Cool.
because I would like to point out that I have walking encyclopedia, which means Dolores is being able to say above a layman, I took a couple college courses in genetics level information to help you through interpreting the logs, and then you're taking that information and you're like able to understand the theories and abstracts behind that on like a level well beyond her.
Yeah.
So first things first, additionally, would this be would this be diagnosing the nature of a medical problem, what we're doing here?
Yes.
Okay, I may ask 2 free questions as per obtained information spend because I bought 2 d20s with momentum.
Okay, before you do that, what is your medicine score?
My medicine score is 5.
Okay, I'm going to assume since you didn't declare it in a different way that you want the advantage from biochemistry lab to reduce the resistance.
No, because hang on. I would actually rather have it reduce the difficulty. I think that might be something that got missed when
Okay,
my mic
yeah,
was off.
that's fine. So
Because intense scrutiny, I get to ignore the resistance.
okay, so Aratana, you can go ahead and add an additional momentum to the pool. And 5 progress was done. The breakthrough you get reduces the diff by 2, as some of his later logs are very disjointed in thought and lose scientific cohesion. But working together, y'all are kind of able to parse through what he was looking into in his last few logs.
I like the idea that Dolores is like, and then he starts going off on this tangent about this obscure theory related to genetics that I'm unfamiliar with, and then Griffin is like instantly able to explain it to the other two of us.
Do we have 6
Well,
momentum?
this makes sense.
You have
You have
5.
one float.
5 on the table
It's
plus the
5.
1 float you get because you were assisted with the medical task.
Oh, because that is that a thing that Griffin does?
Write it on your sheet, Chief Medical Officer.
Ah,
I'm gonna
keep ignoring
serve
the
you on,
second
on
of what a chief medical
Thanksgiving.
officer does.
Ah.
Yeah, no, you get a bonus momentum anytime you're assisted with the medical roll. That's your other.
Okay.
That's the other half of your power, as opposed to just
Weird.
getting free stuff.
I don't know why I didn't write that down. That's weird. Why
'Cause you
didn't I
hate
write
me.
that down?
Because you hate me so much.
Well, in which case, yeah, guys, do you want me to just spend the 6 momentum and just finish the task?
Go for it.
yeah.
It would. Oh yeah, because you only get the benefit of reduced resistance, I think, if you roll, right?
Whenever you succeed at a task using reason or control as part of an extended task, I ignore any resistance.
Okay, then no. It only costs 3. You've done 5 out of the 8 work.
It's 2 for each one.
Oh, it's 2 for each one. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yep. That's a different talent. Okay, so yes, 6 would complete it.
I think that's worth it, and I also get 2 free questions.
Yeah.
Nice.
You do. As you start to come to the realization of what has happened, Soloris, you take another 3 stress or an
Alright.
injury.
Yeah, no, I can take 3 more stress. Yeah, and Soloris will mention to you, she will say, and when you have time, I appear to be under the effects of the illness as such that I am experiencing immense pain and muscle spasms. When you have free time, any pain relief would be appreciated.
Understood, Captain.
What you discover, Doctor, is that actually, in concert with the captain reviewing the logs and insight provided by Griffin, Dr. Henry Sato, in a bid for immortality, has created a virus which would overwrite the genetic code of a human to match his own. Eventually, over the process of days, supplanting their mental and physical makeup with his, including specifically crafted viral loads that are that can rewrite synapses to restore memories that the user that the infected person does not have.
Well, that's genius, but frankly also kind of terrifying.
Yeah,
Strangely beautiful, though, honestly.
once Tawira explains this thought process, explains this, Soloris is going to ask Chief Specialist Griffin, where exactly again did you say you learned all of this genetic information?
I think it's pretty reasonable to assume, Captain, that I'm also infected at this point. I don't think there's another way in which I would have this degree of knowledge.
I have so if you don't mind, I have an idea for a question.
If we're out of momentum.
No, I get 2 free questions.
Oh, you're right.
As a talent. Am I correct in my understanding that because you specifically said overwrite humans, so is this the kind of thing where it's designed for humans, so it's overwriting Griffin, but in everyone else, it's just having the effect of a particularly nasty viral strain?
I'll accept that for a bonus momentum. The closer a humanoid species is to having human-like organs and body structures, the worse the effect will be. It's almost kind of logarithmic. The closer you get to being a human,
The more
the
potent.
worse it gets. The further you are from sharing organ structures with humans, the least dangerous it is because the body recognizes it more as a threat.
Which is why my body isn't freaking out as much as everyone else's.
Yeah, because there's things like you don't have an organ structure that is comparable to like a human spleen. You have things that perform the same function.
But it is
Spread
not that organ.
No, but Vulcans have a very similar organ to a human spleen, and so it is being overwritten in ways that are causing all kinds of misfunction.
Because it's close, but
It-
not
it-
close enough.
it is take it, yeah, but it still has to take the time to move the heart to where the liver would be. Or the other way around, sorry, move the liver to where the heart would be.
You're right. They are in opposite spots. GM, have I been experiencing any strange chest pains in the past few hours?
You've been experiencing lots of abdominal and muscular discomfort.
Well, that's horrifying.
Yeah, it's currently trying to move your heart to where your liver would be. Okay.
Yeah. Slorish just says, I'm rather displeased and discomforted by these revelations.
Uh-oh. A bunch of threat just got spent.
So 6-2 in the scene because there are 3 of you.
Mhm.
Okay.
And before that takes place, 2 to trigger additional changes in Griffin.
Uh-huh.
I have an idea as to how we're gonna solve this.
I'm glad you do.
But it's gonna require some
Oh,
help
that's a good
from
one.
it's gonna require some help from the folks on the Andromeda, I think. We're gonna have to take the virus that I have isolated, adapt it, and cause it to overwrite your genetic code with your own genetic code.
That's assuming there are sufficient scans of my genetic code and synapses from before the transformation started to take place.
I've updated Griffin's sheet. I'm spending another 2 to cause the commander to experience a flare up. And sure, why not? I'll spend an additional 2 to have Tuir experience a flare up. So Tuir, you take 1 stress or you go down with an injury.
I'll take the stress.
Um,
Although doesn't stress go away between scenes?
Not in this game.
it does. Yeah, it does.
Oh, does it? I
It
thought they
does.
changed it to last. Okay.
Nope. Injuries remain. So if he had decided
Okay.
to go down rather than take the stress, it would persist. I'm going actually with just from a reflare up, that's 3 stress or you go down, Captain.
Yeah, I only have 3 stress, so my stress track is
I
filled.
will spend 1 to send you over.
Okay. Yeah, so
So
Solaris, yeah, is typing away, talking about the logs, and something happens.
And set the scene. So
I'm double checking because this is we've only had someone fully stress out twice, I think, so I keep forgetting.
I can't even access the PDF right now, so.
Yeah, normally healing, you need at least some time to sit there and be unhurt. Like you can take a breather for like a few minutes and heal stress, but it doesn't auto change between scenes generally.
That's
Oh,
what I
That's a
thought.
first.
What I
That's a
thought.
first E thing.
That's okay. Okay,
Okay,
I thought that's what the case was, but then you guys were gaslighting me.
now the Corbinian is definitely the expert on stress and injury at the moment. So, so Doctor, that does stay.
Lamau.
I, for sanity's sake, will say that it goes away between episodes. Or else you would have gone down 10 minutes ago.
There it is. It's called recovering stress.
Okay. No, hold on. Going back a little bit. I am not ending the scene because I nearly just killed the captain with the last spin of a scene. I basically almost just said, "Rocks fall, you die."
Yeah, because if you fill someone's track, they take the injury and stay down.
And this is deadly.
Yeah, that would just kill her.
Yeah.
yeah, no, okay. I was
So,
With
I mean,
the
based
death
on the
I was
rate,
like, I
I
don't
just
know if you
wasn't
mean to
dead.
do that.
I
the captain's
almost
genetic structure completely overwritten with some guy. It's not even like oh, the captain had a heroic death. She's just gone, and something else has replaced her biomass.
it's not even that, right? Your body cannot comply with what the virus is trying to force you to
Oh
do. So your
God.
body's more like ripping itself apart, attempting to do that.
Oh God, we're getting into some real Cronenberg stuff right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know there's something about like exhaustion, but I can't remember what it.
So if your track is full, you become fatigued, and now you can't.
Okay,
you suffer the effects of fatigue.
That's irrelevant because they're 1 over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're 1 over, then they
Double-checking.
get fatigued
didn't-
and they suffer the injury if they were to keep going.
Although you have a condition which normally means that I don't have to spend threat for the deadly because I did trigger this with a complication. I do owe, rather than it just happening normally, I do owe 2 threat, 1 for each Tweer and the captain for hitting them with a deadly attack.
Mm.
Okay, so Doctor, you hear some commotion in the other room, and the captain stops responding when when like she's mid-sentence talking with you about what this researcher was doing, and then she stops and you hear some commotion.
Can I try and head over to where the captain is?
Either of you can, yeah.
Yeah, as will the
Right.
doctor.
Finish them off quickly.
So I don't know if the two of you can move your tokens, but I'm going to go ahead and do it for you. You get in there and you see a convulsing Commander Soloris. Eyes rolled back, and seemingly unresponsive to anything you say.
Captain, the virus is taking hold, but it's having a
I-
harder time converting her biology.
Yeah, obviously. Obviously it is. It's not designed for that. It's designed to infiltrate the human immune system. It's not designed to restructure a Vulcan into a human. It can't do that. It's just ripping her apart.
I'm going to need to find a way to slow down her metabolic processes.
Doctor, you have yet to formulate a cure, but you can attempt. So you can't heal the injury. You can try to
Right.
suppress the symptoms so that the captain does not die, but you do not have the
Yeah,
cure to bring her back to consciousness.
Yeah, hence slowing down her biological processes.
You guessed right. That's what you want to do. So daring medicine, normally diff 3, but I spent to make it a intensity 4 attack. So diff 4.
Okay.
Let me double check that that's it. Okay, yeah. It gets worse, but she hasn't got there yet.
All right.
Of course.
Story of my life.
Infectious disease focus.
Actually, I take that back. Because she has gone down, I think she is at the final stage. So
We're at that point now. Great. Okay, let's go.
So I think debilitating does come into effect.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to save you, Captain.
There
Jesus.
are 4 stages. She was only on stage 2, but going down with a deadly injury, I think I'm going to say brings you to the final stage of the illness. Because that's what has brought you down. If I can find what I'm looking for.
Doctor, I suggest we slow down her metabolic rate and boost her T cell production into. Keep going. Her T cells production and give it specific epigenetic triggers for the virus in order to hopefully allow for her internal system to combat this change more effectively, while her basic biological processes are just being slowed down.
So, you are actually dealing with a difficulty 5 because it was a severity 3 attack. I bumped the severity to 4, and it has debilitating.
Cool.
All right.
Awesome.
This isn't too hard, Doctor.
Now
I think
we
we can do
know.
this.
And now we know why Starfleet immediately removed the three of us from command once we announced we were exposed to some unknown space pathogen.
Exactly.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Because I'm a doctor now and you're almost dead.
Yeah, Starfleet only had one of those in mind when it thought of deadly virus.
Yeah, but eh.
Also, can you
Um,
please say at some point during this episode, I'm a doctor, not a pilot?
Ah!
if
um,
I can work it in.
Yeah.
that'd be great. Infectious disease focus.
Yes.
Okay. Fuck it. Take a full mitt of threat.
Before you roll there, Doctor,
Oh,
I might be better at this than you are now.
really?
So
I think I require a presence roll before I would allow you to take the main roll away from Tuir. Because
That's
I
fair.
would be surprised if Tuir, in a desperate medical situation, would accept or listen to unorthodox suggestions from a enlisted pilot. Right. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Tuir, but you
Yeah.
are a licensed medical professional. This other person
And
is not.
yeah, and I have a value. Don't fly too close to the sun.
So so
what would the
I
presence roll
require
be?
an opposed presence medicine
Alright.
before I could allow you to take the main roll.
Yeah. I'll just roll without anything. I'll just see what I get.
Sure. Just roll, basically. Now, would dedicated genetics come into play here?
Oh, I would have taken your focus composure, Dr. Tuir. So
Oh,
that's
right.
3.
That's 3
and
hits.
your trait Starfleet physician and your trait Starfleet officer, because you're
So
you're
5
supposed to
hits.
be a leader and you are a licensed doctor.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 5 hits.
Okay. Look, I'm a bit mad scientist now. Cool. Let's see. So, does genetics work as a focus here, Jim?
Yes.
Cool. What exactly does dedicated focus do? Is it just the double?
Dedicated focus doubles your crit range.
Okay.
I think there is a limit to which rolls it does that on, but I'd have to double check.
Yeah. Okay.
The Cochrane Medal of Excellence.
Yeah, that cares if I spend
Yeah,
a
determination.
Yeah. Well, because I actually have that one, so I should know what it does. All right, tonight's dedicated focus. I'm going to give you 3 threat to roll 4 dice.
Hold on.
Or I'm spending 3 threat. One of those, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, how have I been forgetting that assist thing this whole time? That is so wild.
Great question. Don't
No,
know.
any task that the focus applies.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Cool. Rolling 4 dice. Anything on a 8 or less is a crit.
Yeah. Too bad the doctor's not holding a favor, or Order of the Alcassian Congress would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. All right, nothing there.
Yeah, just outside of your medicine.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Listen, I understand that you may have increased experience due to whatever is overriding your neural pathways. However, I am the captain's personal physician and have much more experience in treating her biology. So I ask that you stand back and help, or leave.
All right, doctor.
Daring medicine, difficulty 5.
Take 6 threat. And I will spend toward mission directive. Ensure Starfleet Medical can respond to any disease outbreak effectively.
I don't see how keeping the captain alive but comatose does that.
Okay, fair enough. The canary in the coal mine as a value.
Don't let the canary die.
Yes, because you need the captain's help in spreading your knowledge. Like she has more
Mhm.
authority, so
Yeah.
she has
Mm,
a more authoritative voice. So I would accept
I'd
that.
also posit that we're on a Vulcan planet, and if we can figure out a way to stabilize Vulcans who are infected with this, that's great. As like a first
yes.
example.
That's
Canary in the coal
very
mine.
important. Yeah, that's very good
Yeah.
because
I would
it's
take that as a justification to use Directive 1 if you wanted to use a directive rather than a value.
yeah, I think I'll do that.
All right?
Um,
Because you're right. If you can pull this off, you can send this to them, and that would slow down deaths if they are
across
experiencing
the
it.
yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna roll 4 dice. That is
5
5
successes
hits.
so far.
Perfect.
Oh wait,
Alright.
I didn't have my focuses clicked. Infectious disease or emergency medicine.
Either.
Then that's 6 successes. So
Yep.
that first one is a 4.
Genetics here for the assist.
Yes.
Can I use reason since I'm like mostly giving
Yes.
advice, probably?
No, I would
no?
say
Okay.
insight because this is a
He rolled a 1 anyway.
I rolled a
Okay.
nat 1, so yeah.
So 3 momentum gained.
and the bonus because I was assisted.
Yep, I have it over you.
There you go.
I remembered now.
Then doctor, you have 2 stabilized but deteriorating patients.
This is not good. We have to work quickly if we're to further stop the spread. I need to get through to the ship now. Any
And
suggestions as to what I should do with that momentum?
Maybe spend it and 1 for an advantage related to this task.
Yeah. Perhaps that now that we've done it once, we've determined that this this
that would
method.
be 2, and it would create a trait. It would cost 2.
Right. I'm just saying I will spend it and 1 that I generated to create a trait that we've determined that this method is particularly effective at slowing it down.
A
We thought
stopgap
it would slow
measure.
it down. Yeah, we thought it would slow it down, but this is really slowing it down.
I could offer 2 different suggestions. One is partial Vulcan cure or multi-species symptom relief.
You know, we have 2 more momentum. We could have both.
I vote for
And
that.
are we I assume we're about to change scenes. So
You are.
Yep, so
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
In fact, in that case, I'll just do multi-species partial cure 2.
All right.
Dope. I that sounds like a good
Could have
good spend of resource.
All right. Then before a desperate call comes up to the bridge, I will take the log from the first officer.
I'm on the wrong screen. No, come back.
Oh, hey, the
Oh,
cat.
well, if you took it, then I don't know what to say.
All the way over to New Zealand and stole it. and then
Yeah.
flew right
Yeah.
back.
I mean, you're just coming along in like the
Uh,
little data packets.
It was like a 30-hour round trip.
Yeah.
Hey, look, New Zealand, it's famously part of Virginia. It's not that far away from you.
That's right. You did say that.
Yeah, my fault.
wait,
I
why are
ended
there
up in
two Annies?
Zealand and accosted a random Dutchman.
There's also a
Why are
chief
there two-
engineer who's back on the ship.
Oh. Oh, that's not good. Well, we're detonating the warp core then, because we've already failed quarantine.
Yeah, so sad. Kind of, you know,
Anyway, yes.
achievement there.
Acting Captain's Log, Stardate 1246.3 of the USS Andromeda. I'll keep this short, as the situation we presently face demands my time and attention in no partial manners. The ship's captain, doctor, chief engineer, alongside our helmsman, are all isolated, or all at an isolated Starfleet research site. The site is the source of some manner of significant biological threat, which has infected all the aforementioned individuals. This threat may also extend to the Vulcan colony and monastery on world, perhaps even the world as a whole. The options and courses of actions available to me at present are simple. Standing medical directives have been followed. The captain and doctor's authority has been given to declare this planet as quarantined. General Order 2, lend aid. That's straightforward enough, even if the size of the Andromeda might be the limiting factor in what we can reasonably achieve. As to say nothing of key missing crew. Regardless, we'll do what we can to support the away team and the Vulcans. Failing a positive outcome from the away team, or the unavoidable threat of this biological agent escaping the planet, I'll have no choice but to use General Order 24. Although small, the Andromeda will be capable of cleansing this planet through orbital bombardment. I only hope it does not come to this, but time will tell. And log. There you go.
All right. First, you get a transmission from Sevia, the executive of the colony.
Oh, that's good. I was going to contact her anyway, so that's just.
She says, "You are the ship's first officer, are you not?
That is correct.
I need to speak urgently with your commanding officer."
At this present time, I am in command of the Andromeda and the mission. The captain has been indisposed.
She says, "We are experiencing an unusual level of illness. I'm afraid some equipment from your ship or the merchant vessel may have released a contaminant."
I was about to contact you in regards to a contaminant we have found. It has been already on this world at the research outpost. I'm not entirely certain what it is. The captain and ship's doctor are there and doing whatever they can to get to the bottom of whatever has happened. But given their exposure to whatever virus is present, they are both illegible for command at this time, hence why I am in charge of the Andromeda. I am also regretting to inform you that this planet is now under quarantine.
She says, I concur. An unknown illness cannot be allowed to be spread. She says, if you would permit me, under Federation laws, I will declare a colonial emergency and anticipate commandeering your vessel for the security of the endangered population under the authority of the planetary governor. So if that step seems unnecessarily extreme, for now, I would wait.
GM, is there any legal disadvantage that puts us in, or does that actually help us help them?
Insight command difficulty 1.
She's just talking about commandeering a Starfleet vessel. I don't actually think a colonial effort
I guess it
has that
depends on
authority.
I guess it depends on how commandeer is being used here, kind of.
Like,
2 momentum gained. Yeah, there is actually an episode of TOS that kind of deals with this situation. It's not the main focus of the episode, but it does come up. She, as a planetary governor, can't directly take authority over the Andromeda. She's not taking command as its commanding officer, but she does have the right, under specific circumstances, to supersede your standing orders and provide you new orders.
She replaces the Admiralty because the Admiralty are representatives of the Federation citizenry.
Yeah.
In an
'cause
emergency,
She
she's
does
asking
make
us
sense,
directly.
basically.
She's basically saying the Admiralty is too far away. I am taking command of this vessel.
yeah, so she's the immediate superior, but I don't believe
Yes.
immediate superior will supersede general orders.
No, she would not be superseding general orders. She would be superseding the ship's current orders
Okay,
from the
yeah.
Admiralty.
She can give us
No,
new
that-
directives and
that's-
stuff.
That is a. Okay.
I quickly
with that
like
clarification.
I quickly bring it up onto a pad and then step out of my chair because I'm not the security person. I hand it over to you, pulling up the relevant file and then highlighting, annotating it so you can quickly skim it, so you know what she's talking about.
I concur. Then a unilateral response from the both of us is likely to be the most effective at this time.
She says, very well, as governor of Sirach's Retreat, I am officially enacting my prerogative to take command authority of the USS Andromeda and place it in orbital biologic containment over said planet. You are authorized to use force if necessary to ensure compliance.
Given directives are understood, Governor, we can act as a relay between the away team at the compromised research facility and yourself in regards to any progress made.
She says, it may not be necessary, but coordination is always useful. I see it looks like your captain has been able to reestablish an inactive an old inactive link between the research facility and our main broadcast site.
That removes the need for relaying and playing a game of telephone.
Captain and executive, with your permission, I would like some of that data transferred to the Andromeda so we can start looking over the data that they may have. Likely it has more up-to-date information that we could work from with our computers.
And we don't have compromised systems.
Nod.
She says, many researchers who would be of assistance have been incapacitated, though there are still many masters who could be of use to you. But the colony outside of myself does not have a master in the science of personnel coordination. So under these circumstances, I place you, executive of the Andromeda, as our coordinator, as you have appropriate Starfleet training.
Very well.
She says, our current estimate towards a catastrophic event is 72 hours, though we do not know what we are dealing with. I would like an update once you understand the situation.
Of course. I would request any information that is available from the colony in regards to craft capable of reaching orbit.
I will. She kind of thinks for a second. I would compile such data, but I can inform you that there are no registered craft in the colony for that purpose. Any such craft would be unregistered and outside of my knowledge.
That's good to know, Governor.
You have tasks to complete, and I will not obstruct you. I will disconnect.
Best of luck.
And she closes the call.
Just like a sigh, looks at Otana like,
As she does that, the yeoman turns around and says, Lieutenant, I have another incoming call. Captain Harral of the Essex.
Put them through, please.
See a middle-aged Orion merchant captain come on the screen. He says, wanted to check in, Starfleet. Looks like you're doing some unusual maneuvers.
I believe we're not taking any maneuvers at this current time. We're sitting on a planet.
Actually, no. Y'all rapidly went to orbit
Oh, did we?
at the end of the last episode. Yeah.
I must have
Like
entirely
I thought
forgotten that.
I thought he told me to stay on the ground because we weren't worried about them running away. I suggested we get in orbit right away, but
Yeah, the
Inverni
suggestion was we
overrode
get
me.
into orbit, but we're also airtight and didn't necessarily have to take off. I could also be misremembering. I don't know.
You know what? I'll spend 2 threat to answer the question for all of us. As you and Aratana tried to get a hold of the situation, Suzuki misunderstood your orders and started the procedure to take off. And you have yet to correct him and return the ship to the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we've just been distracted and it's taken
Yeah.
off, and we're like, okay, you know what? Fair.
Like he's halfway, like because of artificial gravity, he's like halfway through the atmosphere when you and like Arton like look over your shoulder, and he's like using the con.
Yeah, and it's like, actually, given what the governor just said of maintaining an orbital quarantine, it's like, I guess, congratulations on the initiative, Suzuki. Okay, anyway, yes, unusual maneuvers. Unfortunately, a situation has started to develop on the surface of the planet, which warrants such, as you call them, maneuvers.
He says, unfortunate. Well, if you're gonna get tied up here, we have further deliveries and we're ready to go. So we will be departing if there are no objections from you. We'll pick up escort at K3.
Captain.
I will have to object to your departing. Presently, this planet is being regarded under quarantine, and we are unsure of exactly how far this contaminant might spread, and if it is capable of attaching to any vessels in orbit of the planet. We will work on establishing a way to check for and clear your vessel and ours, but until that time, we are to remain in orbit. This is a issued instruction under standing medical directives of Starfleet, as placed under the authority of the ship's captain and doctor of the USS Andromeda.
He says, "Oh, so all good precautions, but well, it's been many hours since we had anyone planet side," and he starts not angrily, but just like he keeps suggesting reasons why this doesn't matter to him specifically. So this will be opposed presence, command, security, or medicine, depending on your specific tack. He's going to be using presence command because he's just trying to convince you that there's a lot of bureaucratic nonsense that he doesn't need to get dragged into because this doesn't really pertain to him. This is between you and the colony.
Yeah.
This isn't my problem. This sounds like a you problem. I'm leaving.
I mean, which might be
and
true,
success
but
here
that's-
doesn't mean that he's
yeah.
necessarily going to like ignore any orders. It just means like if he succeeds, Inverni might feel an undue stress to like clear him ahead of other like more important priority.
And Inverni's going on the one, yes, you'll be tied up in bureaucracy if you stay. You'll also be tied up in bureaucracy if you leave, including... In fact, it'll be a lot more bureaucracy and a lot more quarantines and affecting of other planets. Beyond that, like, we can figure, like, you're worried about, realistically, getting what you need to do on time to do what you need to do, and whatever compensations you'll receive for that. So yeah, I'll go with Presence Command and try for mediation in the listen. Like, I could just order you, but I'm trying to work with you to make sure that you're not just being left out to dry. Like, I'm going to allay some of your concerns with something that I can do for you later, but for right now we need this. That makes sense.
So he's gonna spend towards the value. Our next port waits for no one.
Neither does this torpedo, but
So that'll be 3. Oh, actually, sorry, those are coming from his personal.
I'm sorry, what?
I would hope you start with the tractor beam and only use the torpedoes when that fails.
Oh, what? No, there's a tractor being
Why
built
does
into the
this
torpedo.
freighter
Oh.
captain have personal threat?
That's
Aratana,
amazing.
well, it's because he all named characters get
Okay.
a certain number total, depending on how important they are. It's
Okay,
not
makes
always
sense.
used in opposition, right? It is a pool of threat, but they can use it in place of momentum if they're
Yeah.
allies. Like y'all have definitely had allies who've spent their own personal threat to help before.
Oh yeah.
In this case, he is kind of being opposition though. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Look, these perishables won't get to the next port by themselves.
that is true.
Yeah,
Are you
far from
willing to
He
risk
doesn't have
the entire
perishables.
population?
Hey, he doesn't have to tell
He
us
has a
that.
timetable.
He doesn't have to tell
He's
us that. He
spending.
totally has perishables. Cough, cough.
That's 3
That
successes.
cough sounded suspicious. No.
3 successes. Okay. Yeah. Question: the trait of spoke with the masters. You were very nebulous in what it would apply to, so I'm going to ask.
Who knows? Maybe there's a poli-sci or organizational timetable analyst. Who knows what they specialize on down there?
Yeah, so there was a specialist in Federation logistics in the Arnis sector relating to small transport vessels, and he just went on and on.
That is also incredibly hyper specific.
Yeah.
But
Who knew that was going to
Yeah,
apply?
you
later?
Citing all sorts of regulations
K3
about freedom of commerce and how he's an independent vessel on the high seas and that he's traveling, not driving.
Yeah, your argument falls apart because at the back of the bridge there's a flag with golden fringe, which means you serve the admiralty, not the courts, which is a problem for you. No, so you know that at least this master of logistics seemed to imply that no one has ever had a timetable survive an encounter with K3. So certainly this captain is probably going to end up getting delayed there anyways. So what's he in the hurry for?
You're going to be late anyway, so just roll with it. Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll help speed you along.
So yeah,
Absolutely, okay.
it'll reduce. You need to get. You went from needing to get 4 successes. Now you need to get 3 successes.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you for esoteric knowledge that has been acquired.
That's why you go to conventions, everybody.
That's
You never know
I
what
said
you'll
I was
learn.
Doing anyway, I was like, I just want to acquire esoteric knowledge that may or may not be helpful.
It's like a Dr. House episode, just some random
Yeah,
fact
okay,
from
we were on
earlier in the
vacation.
episode.
Like I'm supposed to use it this soon. Oh my god! Wait a second. Did I use that last time?
Use one.
I did. Okay, so the determination to the value: act with confidence, even if you don't feel confident.
Yeah, you're the captain of a starship with torpedoes.
Yeah.
Even if he has a legal argument, you have power to back it up, so you can feel confident.
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to use any of those systems against him.
And this is to call back rather than use immediately to the last episode as it happens.
You gain a point of you still have to.
I still have to use it.
You still have to spend a point of
okay.
determination.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And you get a point back.
Yep, that's helpful either way.
Yeah.
And then we'll use the momentum just to roll 2 still, so we've got the 1 free and then the 2 that we're rolling.
Okay.
Presence command with focus. Yep.
So
got 3.
Yeah, you gain a momentum, and he says, "All right, yeah, I'm gonna have grumpy spacers, but we'll make do. Essex out." And then the yeoman says, "One more, Lieutenant. This one's from the coming in through the communicators from Dr. Swear.
Put him through, please. This might just be audio, actually.
Yeah, this is actually audio only, Dr. Tweer.
This is Dr. Tweer.
Good to hear you again, Doctor.
I am preparing a data feed. Would you be able to patch this through to medical? I want them to get this at the same time you are.
We can arrange.
I look to you and nod as I start immediately talking to the medical department. Well, the medical guy. We only have 2 people.
Yep, the connection is made, Doctor.
Very
Go ahead.
good. I am going to begin sending up information about the viral strain which I have isolated down here on the planet's surface. It would appear that what is the doctor's name again? Dr.
Henri Sato.
It would appear that Dr. Sato was performing extremely unethical genetics research down here in an attempt to attain what can only be described as an ill-advised attempt at immortality. He has developed a virus that can overwrite the genetic code of whoever is of any humanoid it infects with his own genetic structure. This, of course, has the knock-on effect of wreaking havoc on any biology that is not outright human. Hence why I want to make sure that medical is kept in the loop on this. Any humans on board the Andromeda are at heightened risk for infection and, more importantly, compromisation. As such, it is my recommendation, although I am not currently acting chief medical officer on the Andromeda, that they be prepared to relieve anyone of duty if they are found to any humans of duty if they are found to be infected.
This will be noted, Doctor, although I believe the risk of infection aboard the Andromeda at this time to be minimal.
Indeed.
I will,
hence-
however, inform you that the infection has reached the Vulcan colony.
Indeed. Sending secondary data package now. We have fortunately stumbled upon a method to slow the metabolization of the virus by slowing the metabolic process of the victim. It is currently a stopgap measure, but it should save lives.
From what I have been informed by the planetary governor, there is a link between the research base that you are at and the colony. I suggest that that is used to inform the governor directly, and any measures that she can implement will be implemented. At her best estimate, the colony has about 72 hours before catastrophic effects are noted.
Indeed. Hopefully this stopgap measure will increase that amount of time. Fortunately, as a non-human with a particularly non-humanoid biology, it is taking much longer to affect me than it has for Griffin or the captain.
Small mercies, I suppose. Let us
However,
know if anything can be done to provide assistance to you, Doctor.
indeed. Just make sure that everyone on the crew is scanned for that viral strain.
Might be good to suggest a scan to the Essex, whoever they have for their medical. See if they have anybody sick. If they're lucky, they have been spared, but Who knows?
Agreed.
Oh, I'll be working with the doctor for as long as I am working with the doctor, I guess. Uh, Currently, I know a lot more than I should probably about this. So, yeah.
If at all possible, if we could get some gene resequencers beamed down from the stores, that would be appreciated. Unfortunately, the doctor kept a particularly confusing sorting system for his equipment. I'm sure it made sense to him.
It's perfectly logical. Here, let me walk you through it,
It's
doctor.
it starts at O and goes backwards.
Uh,
On your word, Captain. I look at you and Vernie.
And Tweet cuts the
I'm
comm.
okay. Then I will save myself the two.
Because you're
threat
about to cut the com for him. Why'd you save the GM threat there? God damn. Right, okay.
Um,
Uh,
yeah. Because your normal ops specialist is is the only qualified con officer at the moment. A engineer has taken over the ops station and speaks up and says, Lieutenant Chief, I am receiving data transmission from the colony redirected from the lab. And as I do that, I want a difficulty 5 computers security check. This roll is made by the Andromeda itself. It can be assisted by a person, but the ship is the main roller.
do you want to have the
All
ship,
right.
Artana?
I'm certainly going to help.
It depends what the helping the ship means or is. But
It's an assist. It's a normal assist. The ship
Cool.
can make task rolls.
No, as in like what stats, I mean.
Oh, okay. You would suggest it is detecting a potential computer intrusion.
I'm thinking like control security to assist with the comm system as a focus is my
Yeah, go
thought
for it.
process. Because I'm noticing
You're not at
something wrong with it.
combating it yet. I think insight security, because this is more noticing
Noticing
it than
it?
combating it. Yeah.
I can
Um,
roll for ship, I guess.
I would take
Yeah.
the focus in communication systems.
Sure, you can have the ship, Wendy.
and thinking of buying someone to assist us here, unless you have good computer system noticing their lieutenant.
Rapid analysis. I don't have anything that'd be special beyond just rolling with a focus. So if you've got someone in mind, go for it.
Well, I can buy someone for. Well, yeah, we need one momentum to get an extra person beyond me anyway. So.
Yeah.
I didn't have anyone in mind. I wanted to wait to see what you had because I don't know who we have that's a computer specialist.
We don't have a computer specialist.
I think we have one on staff because all the
It'd be in
engineers.
engineering, I think. But
Yeah, so we should spend the momentum so you can assist as well. I think be a good idea. Just so we give the ship as much assistance as we can.
Yeah, fair enough.
all right. Was that computers or communications? It's the same score, but you know.
This is computers.
All right.
And insight science potentially. As a
No, it would need to be security or
it would
engineering.
need to be security or engineering. Not command. For yeah, actually for command, if there's anything of that particular
I
strain
wouldn't. I
to
would.
notice?
No, I wouldn't allow command because
Okay.
this is noticing there's a problem, not responding to it.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. That's a 13 then, but yes, that's yeah, fine. Rapid analysis.
Yes.
There we go. Okay.
Go ship.
All right.
luck, ship.
Would we like the ship to buy dice here?
Probably. What difficulty are we looking at again? 5.
5. Yeah.
Yeah, 5.
Probably
Um,
want to buy dice.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ship does not have a great roll here. It's rolling an 11. So I think the Andromeda is going to buy a full mitt.
I think ships are assumed to have a focus when they're rolling for themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
That tickled the back of my brain somewhere. I was like, I think that's a thing.
Yeah. Does it have any?
Oh, one of its talents fires now, doesn't it? Because a computer thing's happening.
Oh, does it?
Well, that's when it's assisting somebody. Never mind.
Which
I was thinking the brain leaking out my ear.
I don't think it. It has sensors for assisting it. It doesn't have anything computer related. I don't think.
Yeah, you're right. I was mixing up ships. My bad. Sorry.
All right. So 6 threat for 5 dice.
Okay.
Potentially prototype trait helpful, maybe.
I'll take
I don't know
that.
what it is. I'm winging it.
You
Yeah,
have
makes sense.
you have a prototype Duotronic computer, which has a processing speed the writer of this subroutine did not think possible.
Mm-hmm.
Would unconventional crew possibly help? Like maybe there was some weird subroutine that that only the Andromeda does, but no one else bothers to do. It's just something we mess around with. Like we didn't mean to stop them. We accidentally stopped them because we're weird.
I have to say no, only because this is primarily the ship noticing. There's not so much crew interaction here. And y'all don't have a named. There's no one on the ship because we have the entire ship's roster, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no one who would be doing that. One of the,
yeah, because we have 2
difficulties
communication
of having,
people, but we're both radio operators, not computer specialists.
Yeah, the difficulty of having a fully named crew is that there isn't a computer specialist who can step out of the background and justify this.
I'm rolling 5.
Although, if you activate someone, they could get a computer focuses at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy always has a computer focus because he's done the reading.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to roll 3 times.
Right. And then first dive from this one.
Yeah. Okay, so that is 3 successes. 4 or 5 from Aratana, who's quick to notice irregularities. And nothing from the temporary captain. Aratana, the computer seems to be reprocessing a particular file, which piques your interest, and a cursory rescan shows that it is a hostile computer virus designed to overwrite food synthesizers to place a biological viral load in synthesized foodstuffs.
I kind of lift. Aratana lifts up to the earpiece. That it's probably the computer automating into his ear for a second, and then he kind of turns to look at the console to double check what the computer's telling him. Like, what? Oh no. Captain, electronic intrusion. Someone's trying to dump a virus on us from our replicators. Any assistance to shut that down would be of help. As I go to sit down and try to shut out whoever it is, and hoping someone else in the bridge helps me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's a
Very quickly, as you go to do this,
Oh wait, and he has a
You-
computer science focus. Lamau.
you don't seem to be opposing a person so much as an automated attack. Like, you're not getting the feeling that there is someone else out there opposing your every move. You're dealing with a landmine, basically, a computer landmine that has
Mhm.
been tossed at you. I think this calls.
That is a Star Trek ass metaphor if I ever heard one. I can
Yeah.
absolutely see like Spock using technobabble to explain a computer attack, and then McCoy saying, "Captain, I think we've stepped on some kind of duotronic landmine."
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Actually, it'd probably be Scotty who says that.
using complex descriptions of computer security vulnerability is going to fly over the head of the audience. The audience is very familiar with what a landmine is.
Sadly.
Yeah.
It's the mid 1960s. They're
If
very
only-
familiar with what landmines are.
Yeah.
Certainly exists.
Well,
So-
I mean, hey, it's it's American 60s. We have our own Kissinger. He loves them. Yeah, I think this calls for control security because this is not there's not an intelligence fighting you here. There's you need to complete a list of procedures rather than like develop a strategy.
Yeah, you're just isolating and quarantining
Yeah.
within a security standpoint.
And yeah, I encourage the other three of you to chime in with the support if you want to help. Since y'all are kind of split up this episode, y'all are going to get more involved if supporting
Mhm.
characters come into it.
Yeah, and I can call in 2 people because of Chief of Boat. Oh, well, you can help up to 3, but I can call in 1 for free, basically.
Yeah, what you can call in one person who doesn't cost crew support.
Well, I
Yeah,
gotta
well, I'm
give.
basically out of this episode, so if there's anyone you want to activate for an assist, let me know now.
Find out who we got.
Well,
that
you
can
know,
help us
man,
with
I
that.
will. I'll give the doctor this. He has a gimmick, and he's sticking to it.
Delphine.
But if
There's
nothing
a
else, Annie
chief of
can
security
give
sitting
us
right
a-
next to Aratana.
Okay, yeah, all right. I'll activate.
Ensign
What category?
Kaufman.
Ensign
security.
Kaufman. Yeah, Chief of Security.
Yeah.
And
Currently,
although
think
she's
so,
not that
actually.
great at security yet, she's still an amazing engineer.
Oh, you know.
Why is she the chief of security? What?
Because
Oh, you weren't there
Were
for
you-
that.
oh yeah, you weren't here for that. So we did an episode that was like basically the end. Not only the war had ended a while back, but like the official transmission from the Federation Council that like the emergency is over, no more war measures are in place, right? So everybody's enlistment basically ended, and everybody was deciding whether they wanted to stay or not in Starfleet. And Kaufman's thing was like, on a ship this size, she couldn't really get any more career advancement. But the chief engineer didn't want to lose her. Revere didn't want to lose her. So him and Aratana like really looked into it and found that she met all the qualifications for a provisional commission without having to be reassigned to Starfleet Academy because she had so much experience and had met so many qualifications. So she could commission without being unassigned from the ship. is basically the only person on the ship who met all of the qualifications. So rather than lose her as an NPC and have to replace her, they made a couple of rolls and got her commissioned as a provisional ensign.
Amazing.
So like,
Well,
she is a trait provisional Starfleet officer because basically she can be bumped back down to a chief engineman at the slightest
well,
reason.
okay. Well,
Screw
she's
up,
currently being
yeah.
bumped up to acting XO, so
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Well, her command's better than
She-
her security, so
She's, I mean, on paper, it's a atmospheric rise in authority, but it
Yeah.
works. It's only a ship of 18 people.
all right. So what's the task?
Look, it worked.
Control security. Difficulty 3.
Three's not terrible.
if
This
strictly necessary, Inverti
wanna roll
can help
that?
potentially with.
I'll assist.
You do have the scene trait all hands on deck. Basically, this is a short enough time period that having everybody at red alert for a long time is more useful than detrimental. Because if people start getting exhausted, then this has taken so long that the whole planet's dead, right?
mhm.
I think our blue alert would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So y'all can take that down to diff 2 if you wish.
Yeah, diff 2 is a good number for us. I'll note that
Yep.
Kaufman does eat one of our crew support. They outrank me. My power doesn't work.
That's fine.
Do you want to take the task and I'll assist? Because my control security is only a 13.
Blue alert. Put the blue gels
Uh,
on the lights.
Kaufman can use engineering in engineering is allowed instead of security on this task.
Hmm.
Okay, then
Is it- yeah.
all right, I've got it. All right. I for whatever reason cannot see. Do we have any momentum?
No.
No.
Okay.
You do, however, have determination if you need a boost.
Oh, you're human. You have faith of heart, don't you?
Oh yeah. When you spend one of your values to spend or gain your determination, that you may add 1 momentum to the group pool.
Oh,
I don't
shit,
have any
I
values.
didn't
But-
even gain a
but
momentum
you
when I
ha-
did that, and I have faith of the
you-
heart.
You have access
it.
to the directives.
Okay, is there a directive that applies here? Let me look.
It's under mission logs. The last log holds the directives for this episode.
So should we have a point of reserve of a momentum then?
Yes, because yes, you should.
Okay, so we have 1.
Yes. Because Aratana already knows what the threat is here, Directive 2 applies.
All right. Then yeah, can I spend my determination on directive 2?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so that turns my first dice into an automatic 2 and grants
you're
us a
gonna-
second momentum.
Yep.
Okay, so now that we have 2 momentum, can I spend 1 to roll 3?
You'd be rolling 2.
Well,
Yes.
yes, but I'm saying a total of
Yes,
3.
that works. So
Yep.
3 successes on a diff 2 so far, and an assist from Aratana, and the ship's computer security.
You said it was diff 3 earlier.
It dropped down
Uh,
because of our crew.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Because we're all hands on deck. That's what it was.
yeah.
Yeah,
You have
okay,
you have
okay.
a trait that reflects that.
Yep.
Everybody. Yeah. All right. Thankfully, Griffin worked with Stardock last time y'all were in port and got some of the kinks in the ship worked out. Because otherwise, that prototype would have caused that to be a complication. So 4 gained on a diff 2, so 2 momentum gained.
Yeah.
And you have isolated. You isolate the offending program and take a record of it for analysis, and then permanently remove all threat of it from the computer.
All threat of any intrusion into our computer systems has been eliminated, sir.
Confirmed.
Thank you, Kaufman. Thank you, Artana.
Also, in my head, just off of how Kaufman's token look, I totally picture she has like a low, scratchy smoker voice, which is not something that I'm going to
You're-
imitate.
You're also the
Well-
only person who has played her so far.
I played her
Okay.
once.
You played her when she got promoted,
Mm-hmm.
so it's up to you.
Yeah, that's why I was saying
Okay.
so.
Look, I'm a mid-Atlantic bird, so why not smoker voice lady with the eye patch?
Mid Atlantic bird.
Makes it
Yeah,
Atlantic
Captain, it
bird.
was some sort of automated intrusion system. We were fighting against a standardized AI package that was trying to I was just waiting for someone to connect. That's probably how they're, I would hazard to say that's why they're suffering things back on the colony. They probably connect to their systems, and any food replicator or disseminator probably just followed the code. We barely
So-
caught it only because of our Duotronic computer systems.
Oh no, it's
The
probably
captain
on the other. It's on the
inadvertently-
other ship. God damn it!
GM,
Well,
can
they
we
weren't
create
getting
the
the transmission.
GM, if we have 2 momentum, can we create the advantage that we're able to the trait that we're able to use whatever our computer defense technique is to help the colony as well? Since
You
their data guy.
can create. You can create a trait which makes that possible. It's not going to reduce the diff, but it's basically by with some quick thinking, you are able to work out with Inverni that the governor's authority provides you with the ability to connect and completely override all of the colony's communications equipment without needing any kind of authorization or like on planet maintenance. You can just connect to it and start changing things. So you can create the trait basically like unilateral control.
We'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, Kaufman will turn around and say, and we've established control over a colonial computer and communication systems, sir. That way, any further intrusions we can prevent.
Great, get me
Actually, I
connected
will
to
say,
the, merchant ship.
if you don't use this trait at the moment to actually clean out the colonial computer system, you have
This
just
link, yeah.
created a great way to get
Backdoor.
reinfected.
Yep, all right,
So
which
it's
is
not
why
something you want to sit on if you're going to create it.
then she's going to say, Aratana, Chief Aratana, shall we get cleaning?
Aye, Ensign.
Yeah, you two get set on that. Specialist, or is he specialist?
I'm
Specialist.
actually going to spend 10 threat at the, not 10 threat, 8 threat in a second to move the scene forward.
This is basically going to be Kenji. Get me talking to the merchant ship again, so that we can walk them through exactly what we just did.
I'm going to take control, engineering or security, difficulty of 3, like on yours. You do get the benefit of all hands on deck, but the difficulty is going to go up by 1 because this is a remote connection that you can't use any hardware manipulation like you could on the computer on the ship if needed. Like if something went wrong, you could just call over to engineering and tell them like go like disable the auxiliary computer system or whatever, and they could do it. On the colony, you don't have that. Everything has to be done by software.
Yeah.
So,
that's you two doing colony stuff.
control, security, or engineering difficulty 3.
Okay.
The ship would assist with at this time would assist with comms, security, or engineering.
Okay.
Could I use comm systems as a focus? Like I'm using our
Yes.
connection. Okay. I'll take lead on this one because I still have my point.
Yeah, go ahead. 'Cause I don't have anything other than my control engineering's 15, but I don't have a focus and I don't even have any talents or anything. So go ahead.
Did I do this already? I'd like to spend. Actually, I'll hold because you spent threat there.
Oh no, that was to in the scene after this task.
Okay. I'd like to spend toward the value. The frontier doesn't suffer fools. Like I have a certain level of confidence in. Like I know how they would do this. If we were here with little resources, frontier colonies have a certain way of doing things, and I know what they can and can't do, and what's reasonable. It's like no, you must have one of these widgets. Just grab one from storage, chuck it in there, you'll be fine. It does the same thing as what we have on our ship.
Sorry, and what's that to justify?
The frontier doesn't suffer fool's value. Like I have a connection to how frontier life
Yes,
works.
yes, because you often find yourself like with orbital satellites around the colony, you can't just go up there and hands-on fix it. Your only recourse is to try to sit at the terminal on the ground and use software solutions only, right? You're if you want to go into space and like make a change, you're waiting on a merchant ship to come by or something that'll give you a lift into orbit. So yeah, I'll take that.
I don't think a Land of Spite continued fires here because that's where the last time I used this value, but that's a different thing. That was like I don't think we did anything like emergency repairs or communications. That was like investigating.
No, that value was from when you hand on phaser like stood down a Klingon, like not a Klingon, but like a refugee assault force.
Yeah.
No,
I just gave them the Vulcan hello. Modified.
You mean get lost?
Yeah.
Now, if you fired a torpedo at the colony's communication system,
Should have done that.
Yeah,
Keep
missed
that in
opportunity.
mind for the future. Yeah.
Spending a momentum to actually. Oh no, you're doing a thing. I'll spend a momentum to buy a die. So I'll have 2 dice to roll. I have 2 on a hit. What's the diff currently? 4? Is that right? At the end of the rainbow?
3.
3? Oh, okay, so I'm just 1 away. I have no reason to mess with this further, I don't think. Not really. That doesn't apply here. Bang. Good golly, okay.
And the assist from the ensign. That is 4 successes. So you gain 1 momentum. And yeah, you take complete control over the communication system and root out the implanted virus. Do you have any questions related to that roll before the scene ends?
You know where the virus came from?
And actually, I think we got. I have 6 hits, right? So.
Oh, you spent determination. That is correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brain. Any questions you were saying?
Well, it is worth noting now that there's 3 momentum on the board, that it means there will actually be momentum going into the next scene.
Yeah. Either way.
Okay.
I'm just thinking if I have a question that needs answering at the moment, which I think all the questions are things you would ask at your end. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, GM, we have, just to confirm, we have now contained the virus as per the ship and the colony. That virus is no longer a factor in those 2 instances.
Yes.
One momentum I'll ask, because it's going to be relevant, is the Essex, has the Essex been contacted or otherwise contaminated? Because we can see it through their system if it talked up to them.
Yes. Because they connected with the automated space traffic control
what I thought.
computer.
Captain V advised the Essex. We've cleared the colony and the ship, but the Essex is likely been spiked. They'll need assistance.
Let's die.
It's a virus. It's on the planet. Oh.
You see, it's a virus,
Again,
and it's
again,
a virus.
I'll say it. Look, I gotta give the doctor doctor credit. He has a gimmick and he's sticking to it.
And there goes the 8th threat to change the scene. So it's
Yep. So if there are no other questions,
No, I'm not spending anymore.
all right.
I should write down mission scene change. I should
We
pull
go
that
back onto the planet.
It's okay.
Doctor, what stands in front of you is the long work towards a cure.
Mm-hmm.
Griffin.
Yeah.
I am going to spend 4 threat on a reveal.
Okay.
Oh no.
As the camera kind of looks at you following Dr. Tweer into the lab, we get some dark lighting on you as you realize he's trying to stop your rebirth. He's trying to kill you.
Oh god damn it.
Basically, you will no longer be using that sheet. Before any roll or assist you make, there is going to be a roll-off to determine whether you act according to. Let me
I'm
share his
Jekyll and Hyde
pictures.
right now.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So I'll go ahead and make your sheet available. It's under NPC's life is written.
I don't
So,
know.
Cool.
yeah, like I said,
Got that.
so as the two of you enter the lab, what is the doctor's plan?
Well, currently, Doctor's plan is to basically take the base virus, resequence it, strip out the part of the virus that is the the doctor's genetic code, and like presumably in a given individual there is a, you know, in your cell you have the genetic code of a person. There has to be an uncorrupted bit of genetics in the person, assuming they haven't been completely overwritten.
I will point out one problem with that approach. It could work, but it also means that for the foreseeable future, this virus is going to end up spreading across the Federation, chased by another version of this virus. Right. Someone on this colony goes to another world and like comes into physical contact with someone on a merchant ship or on a station or whatever, they pass on both versions of the virus to another person,
Hmm.
which presents the problem that sometimes one of them may not work and misfire.
So my suggestion to augment that would be do that as a first step, and then as a secondary step, design a retrovirus that kills off the initial virus.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
that could answer that problem. Yeah, because
or design the first virus so that it like immediately dies once it does its job.
you want something that hunts down and destroys instances of the first virus
Yeah, you,
as
you
part
want
of
a
the
viral
solution.
phage.
Yeah.
Um,
Cool.
Yes, it would be momentum to send down equipment to the doctor, basically, or a task as you're creating a trait. So if the doctor wants equipment, he would need to have someone activate a support to use the ship's transporters to, and that transporter role would allow you to create the trait.
Now, I do reduce the opportunity cost of medical equipment by 1 as CMO, and
then
it
you
doesn't
then you could
specify that it
afford
has.
you could
Yeah.
afford one piece of equipment that's going to create a trait then right now.
Mm.
Yeah, because you called us to beam some gene resequencing equipment over, so it's like I was like, wait, that's
Yeah.
we can do that.
Yeah.
That's probably happening from other people aboard the ship.
Yeah. I'll do that. That seems legit.
All right, you have the trait gene resequencers. Do you want support from the ship for any additional equipment, or is that the primary equipment you
That's the
want?
primary equipment I requested.
If you want more, let me know, because we have plenty of support over here. So.
Mm. Well, partially right now I don't know what the task is going to be to do this.
I'm about to.
Just wanted that percolating in your head. You're not on your own over there.
Yep. Yeah, the gene resequencer, the
Because anything you need replicated, we can replicate and send to you or to the thing. But to be able
Yeah.
to do stuff because we can. Would it be beneficial for you to have a one of your medical staff helping you as well, like over the comms?
Depends. Let me see what my staff has.
So,
No, not really helpful.
The task currently is now in the scene guide. Is develop and deploy the antivirus. 12 progress. Normally difficulty 2. Ruined Lab is bumping that up to difficulty 4. Normally resistance 2, but epidemic 2 is, sorry, it's the other way around. Epidemic 2 is pushing the difficulty up because you're low on time. Ruined Lab is increasing the resistance because a lot of equipment you need you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And you have right now 1 trait to counteract those. That's why you might need additional equipment.
Yeah.
Would I be able, given what I'm doing, what Aratana's doing, Would he be able to assist with this because of the because he's at the controls, he has the earpiece in?
No. Basically, you need to introduce someone who wasn't in the last scene.
Ah, darn that.
Yeah.
No, the reason I was darning is because I have a talent that specifically helps with extended tasks. So
Yeah.
I'm like, darn, I wanted to help you with that, but that's okay.
Although, don't we need to resolve the thing with Griffin first?
Only if Griffin attempts to assist you.
Ah,
Although I
Every
might
time I make
spend
a
threat
task.
if they decide not to. I might spend threat for
Oh yeah,
the
absolutely.
Dr. Hyde. Now I've gotten them mixed up. The other side of Griffin to fight.
cool.
If
But
nothing
Right
else,
now, that'll come up later.
if nothing else,
I was
having.
wondering-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was wondering if Sato has his own determination, or if we're both pulling from the same pool there.
I have to spend threat to allow him to use a determination.
Okay. Cool.
Which, if he wins, I'm willing to do.
Cool.
Okay. Cool.
So
a sec, dude.
yeah, the question is, do you want an
Okay.
assist from an engineer with the transporter, or from someone with medical who's providing research assistance?
Yeah, I think probably the best call would be to have someone transport me more stuff.
Who's our best transporter? Get who our transporter chief is.
Although,
That's a good question.
wait. Also, hang on. Thova, Shoshalin, has immunology and pharmacology. I could have her working on I could have her working
She'd
on
actually
the
be producing the
the
drugs.
antiviral.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, she
That
can work on
works
the
too.
antiviral because
And I would allow those because she has focuses that justify it. I'd allow her to bring in assistance from the ship. Because you can't get assistance from the ship, but she does have the training to use the ship on your behalf. Right, because
Very
you need
well.
industrial amounts of these things.
Right. Chief Corman Conway, please oversee Shoshalin in synthesizing the necessary antivirals.
So are you activating them both?
No, I'm
You did
just.
the crew support, but yeah, if
You
it was
could
just
do it. If nothing else, to get them both activated.
Honestly, yeah.
We have the crew
Yeah.
support for it.
because even then, even if you do that, if needed, Artana can still call in a fourth person.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool.
Does anyone else want to take care of those guys? I've been in the scene quite a bit.
Sure, I'll handle the Endorian with the hard to say name.
Man, you guys aren't gonna leave me alone
You're
on that.
right, Griffin. You're right.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Oh, that's loud. All right. Does someone have Conway?
Sure. I can get somewhere.
Now, is this all in assistance to me, or is
Yes,
what is?
you are the.
Okay.
I mean, you could give someone else the lead, but the only other person I would accept as the lead is
Yeah,
Griffin.
I should do this.
Yeah.
And physician or Starfleet medical xenozoology researcher. as
Actually,
traits?
it's a good thing. Now that we've gotten who's involved in the task, now we should figure out if Griffin is involved.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to try and help, and obviously,
Okay.
I'm going to try to help.
Yeah.
I need an additional threat to allow Conway to jump in.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's worth
You
it.
don't have
Somebody else
momentum.
can probably roll Conway, actually, since I'm.
And I
Yes.
need an additional threat for Griffin.
That's worth. That is 100% worth it. That's 100% worth it.
Okay. Griffin, this is opposed fitness medicine. You're
right.
using your normal sheet. I will roll for him.
Oh, I don't get to roll for both. Dang.
That is what we call a conflict of interest.
I am an
Yeah,
actor.
I'm pretty
But it
interested
is.
happening in
No, I
your
mean-
head,
So here's
so
the thing.
I-
Here's the thing.
It is
I
a
fully
conflict of
was-
interest, though.
He's gonna
Yeah.
spend
I was gonna spend toward his value and everything.
yes, he is. No. The half of you that is him doesn't want to wear to kill him.
Exactly.
So he will spend his 3 remaining personal threat on the value. The wishes of weak minds don't concern me.
It's fun at cocktail
Naturally.
parties.
Jeez.
And
I see why
Um,
he's like locked himself away. Jesus.
no relevant focus here because this is like self-control.
Yep.
Spirit of Discovery does mean that he does that I am going to gain a threat.
Stop that.
Oh, I take that back. Talents which reference determination do not work for NPCs.
Oh, don't they? Neat.
No. NPCs can spend to get the benefits of points of determination, but if their talent requires them to use determination, they can't do it because they don't actually get determination.
Because that's
They
not
can
what's
only-
actually happening.
that-
Right.
Yeah,
they
they
can
can
mimic. They
benefit.
can mimic the effect.
Yeah.
Aha.
Oh well, don't have he doesn't have a lot going on, and so so let's spend 6.
Okay.
And I will roll those because you get to see this before you commit.
I get to see this before I get to see this. Don't worry that one doesn't make sense.
Time to take a look at this cliche. Oh.
5 successes.
Oh no.
All right.
Hope you did your push-ups this morning.
Fitness medicine, you say?
Mhm.
It's not the best roll for me.
Yeah, a virus which focus that is going to force humans to make fitness medicine and just straight up tries to kill Vulcans.
Yeah.
It would be so much helpful if it was the other way, wasn't it?
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
whoa.
I'm okay with being
you
in a
would've gotten
coma,
her?
not being written over. I mean, there's differences here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like a meditative retreat in there.
Look, I have a what's the Vulcan soul called? A Katra.
Katra.
Katra, yeah.
Yeah, I can just imprint it on someone else and then wait for them to reclone my body. It's fine.
True, you actually
You
can
could
that.
do that. You could mind meld with Griffin and like put 3 people in her brain.
Wish you'd done that. I wish you'd done that.
Slaps the roof of Griffin. Oh, this bad boy can fit so many people in it.
I mean, there's still time, Griffin.
Yeah.
That,
I mean,
that
you have
has
conscious right
multiple
now.
meanings there.
Oh.
Yeah, the
Talir.
Griffin's
yeah,
kind of
don't worry about
unconscious.
it,
so
don't
at
worry
this
about
point, you'd have to like go grab her hand and put it on your face, and that would be a different scene.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm seeing.
God. Stop.
To get us
So-
back on track, somehow I'm saying this. I have some
Oh yeah,
tweets
to
I'd
get
like
us
to run
back
through.
on track, y'all did not go through the decon chamber before you went in here. No, continue.
You gotta use the decon gel.
No.
Given kind of like what encompassed the creation of it, I feel like the trait quantum awareness might help me here.
Yes.
I had to meld
If
like
if there is a chance
on
here
planet
that
memories.
you die and no one knows it happened,
yeah.
and you're acutely aware of what that's like.
Mhm.
You don't understand me,
so-
man. I actually do.
One hit. Yeah. One hit. Does Renowned Starfleet crew do anything?
No, he doesn't care.
Wow.
I mean, yes, I didn't think he would. And then second, I would like to invoke Brazen 2. You're not thinking
Mm,
wrong, man. This is my fucking mind. That's the one I'm allowed.
No. Fighting to not be murdered is a normal thing. It's not something that only brazen people do.
But murdering him is brazen.
But
Oh,
Griffin doesn't have
jeez.
that power. This roll wouldn't eliminate one of them. It
Not with
would
that
suppress
attitude.
them. So no, I don't think brazen would apply.
Where's psionics? Rip apart his Katra.
He doesn't have one of those.
I can see why.
Let's see. I don't think I
Cotreless.
have any. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. It's so weird.
With the Vulcan church more, he'd be fine.
He lived next to a Vulcan church that was all about understanding the Katra.
See,
Yeah.
that's on him. See, the universe tried to find a way, and he just didn't accept it. He didn't accept the Katra that was within. I'm helping everybody.
Yeah. Definitely.
You do have a value
I-
that I'd accept. That I don't know if you have
I
determination.
don't have a determination. I spent it already.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Yeah. Like,
Well, though,
challenging
if
it
you
wouldn't get me
merge
some for
with the
this roll.
Katra of the Captain, he can give you a determination.
It runs over there. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's a way I can argue for a different attribute discipline here.
Yeah,
No,
I
no. You're doing fitness medicine.
All right then.
mean, that's a no.
Focus in survival.
If you were in contact with the
yes.
XO, he's no longer the XO actually.
You are the commanding
Man,
officer.
it's so unfortunate.
Give
Yeah.
you a determination. Congratulations.
Well, you
I'm
still
going to
have the XO
spend-
superpower, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
No, Griffin's never been the XO.
No.
I have
No,
not
I was
been.
talking about
Inverni.
Inverni.
No. Inverni is the acting commanding officer.
Does that mean I can give Griffin my determination?
If you were in contact with him, but you were not.
Tragic.
Yeah.
The last scene did end with the doctor cutting communication, which is unfortunate. All right. I'm going to use citation for conspicuous gallantry, and I'm going to give you 6 threat to roll full 5 here. But first off, I'm going to roll a d20 to see if you get one of those threat or not. You don't. You get 5 instead. Conspicuous gallantry is no longer quite as swingy, less fun.
Okay.
I wish it was free.
But it kind of consistently does the thing.
Yeah, you have to roll under your daring, which for me is pretty easy.
For me, it's terrible. I love that medal. I've looked at it so many
Yeah.
times, but my daring's garbage.
Uh-huh.
Although, funny enough, that roll would have worked. So,
Yeah.
maybe not that garbage.
All right, rolling 5. That is only 4, which is less than 5.
Any last ditch attempt to salvage this by burning or cutting off
if
a
I
finger and
burn-
praying?
Hmm.
I don't think that gives me any resources, or I would try.
Then maybe the captain
Oh,
becomes.
that is correct. You could still
psionic.
do it for a future determination, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that roll.
Okay.
So now, Mr. Hyde comes out, although he's the doctor. So
Ah, that would. Darn.
Dr. Jekyll comes out.
As played by
Um,
Jeremy Irons.
Yes, you still get to assist, but until the doctor calls you out, any successes you get subtract from the total the doctor has gotten.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's not aware that you've shifted to being the opposition.
Mhm.
So, doctor, back to the extended task at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Difficulty 4, resistance 4, need 12 progress. I think you were doing control medicine.
Yeah. Could I swing reason?
Yes.
Cool. That's slightly better. And still procs all my stuff. Physician or Starfleet medical xenozoology researcher traits.
The first one, yeah.
Cool. I'll bring that back down to 3. Cool.
And what do you want to use the gene resequencer to bring down?
Difficulty.
Okay, so diff 2.
And I'm getting assists on this, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Cool. Infectious diseases and emergency medicine focus.
Infectious diseases.
Cool. Take 1 thread.
Yeah, as long as you get
Okay.
Okay, GM, control medicine and pharmacology.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's
As Shaokalin is sending her advice.
Okay, that is 5 successes. Conway and the ship.
Arguably insight medicine because he's overseeing Thova.
I'll take that.
Not a good focus, but hey, it's an assist that helps. Hey.
And I'll also allow the benefit from the trait perspective team leader.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Because he is leading a team, but he's also not completely in charge. Right. So this is a time where, like, if he just had the trait team leader, I wouldn't take it because he is a fully developed team leader and he's not the lead here, but he isn't a fully developed team leader. So this is kind of the support he needs.
now is the
It's his
starship
moment to
rolling.
shine.
So aim
is
that
the starsh-
difficulty.
Was the starship rolling both dice there,
yeah.
or just the one?
Just the
Just
one.
one.
Okay.
It only
So
rolls
then
double for
that's-
sensors, sadly.
So
yeah, okay. Well, that's just 6.
yeah, so that is 6 successes on a difficulty 1.
So 5 generated.
Awesome.
And what's your medicine, doctor?
5, and guess what? Intense scrutiny.
No resistance.
Yep.
All right, you've gotten 5 out of 12.
Hold on, that's not true
I'll
yet. It's not
spend-
true. I still
I'll
need to assist.
Oh yeah,
I still need
Assist.
to assist.
and less than that. Go
Let
ahead.
me
Griffin.
help. Let me help. I'd like to use the dedicated focus genetics, please.
Yes.
Oh, are you
Wonderful.
rolling against me?
They're rolling as an assist, but their assist subtracts from your total.
That's awesome. I love that.
Oh,
'Cause you don't know that
my
they're
God.
opposite adjacent.
You're a
Um,
5th columnist for the disease.
That is not unfortunately 2 hits. That's only 1.
So actually, you gain 1 less momentum from that.
Cool.
But doctor, you do realize that you're being sabotaged now. The question is, do you want to do anything about it?
No,
Okay.
not currently.
You're succeeding so much that it's kind of a minor annoyance at the moment.
Yeah, just gene
Yeah.
resequence with a banana. What? That doesn't. Oh, that's just so confusing. I'm just ignoring
You just have to
Uh,
modify the transmission vector here, I believe.
So
I think
you
that's
have 5
solving
out of
the
12
alien
progress. Did you want
I will spend 2 momentum to get to 6 out of 12 progress.
All right.
That's worth it. Yep, 100% worth it.
As the virus nears,
Breakthrough is the disease is now building little Borglings out of the sequencer, and it's going to attack everybody.
The disease is now purple, which means it's psionic.
The trait, a trait gets added to the scene. Erratic Merchant Crew 2.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Typical Inverni. Should have saved them when you could.
Doctor, you have a warning that regardless of the outcome of this task, I am likely to end the scene after this task roll. Next task roll.
Okay. Here we go.
So before we calculate what you are going to do, is Griffin going to try to refocus and help?
Let's see.
You feel like you're losing control.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to think if there's something that she can try to do that isn't try to help, but would help.
Knock yourself out.
No, that is a legitimate like thing I'm thinking of.
Either way, if I could, if you're not trying to maintain control, but you're trying one desperate act to eliminate yourself as a threat, I would take daring for that one. But that's only on a task that's gonna like take you out.
Yeah.
I say just run. Outrun. If he's far away from the problem, he can't get in the way.
Good idea.
That would fall under daring as you like you try to force yourself to do something and he has to react to it.
All right, I will take that. I'm gonna try and do that. I'm gonna try and start running, just like.
I do suggest before you commit to a roll, you think about any values you want to challenge, because
Yeah, no, I was about to do
this
that.
is your only chance to get determination before it doesn't apply to this task roll. Because he is, you can see from the threat pool, he has lots of resources to fight you. You don't have as many anymore. I would take challenging directive 1. Because you're trying to avoid giving assistance by not helping the doctor intentionally.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Realized I was muted a little bit there, but
Oopsie. I'm good.
didn't really matter.
So gain that point of determination.
All
And
right.
now, as you realize what you're going to do, daring medicine, difficulty opposed.
All
right.
I was hoping for daring Kong because she's running away.
Yeah, I was gonna argue for that because.
But no, because at the end of the day, this is for control over your mind.
Oh well.
Got it.
I tried.
At that point, I am going to shoot for Brazen too, because
Yes.
I don't think that's something the doctor's expecting.
He's not.
You're just gonna parkour out the door? Yes, that is the
Yes,
weirdest
I
thing
am.
to do.
I'm gonna parkour down a mountain because if you take control of my body back while I'm doing that, you're gonna die.
Oh my god. You're entering into a murder-suicide pact with your... Oh my god.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to do here.
No focus, but spending towards the value I want to live forever. And full mit.
All right. Let me see what I've got in terms of callbacks that I might be using.
That is you. That is 5. So you'll need 6.
I already have 2 hits.
Sorry. Yeah.
Although would equaling it result in
He set
kind
the
of sitting
difficulty
there doing nothing.
because he's the defender. He sets the difficulty in. Yeah, in STA you only have to meet the difficulty, right? So yes, you only have to get 5 successes.
Someone's setting the target number.
Can I
Cry
go
to a buck.
for I lost 1 ship when I wasn't there. I won't lose another. I'm taking myself off the board because I'm a threat to my ship and crew right now.
No, this would be challenging that because you are taking yourself out of the equation to save your ship.
Got it.
Right. The best thing for your ship is you not to be in the fight right now.
Yeah. Then speed is a drug. This is the go fast juice time.
Yeah, everything here is about reaction time.
Cool. Then I'd like to call back to me, myself, and I. I have tags for that as emergency repairs.
That is
supersonic
when
speed,
you
survival,
had
and
to like run the
self-sacrifice.
gauntlet of the ship and
Yeah.
not get irradiated to death.
Yes.
So yes.
Yeah.
Although in that time it wasn't a psychotic scientist in your brain. It was Inverni telling you had to do it to save the ship, which is
Yeah,
kind of the
Dolores.
same.
It was it was Solaris. The captain's the one who thinks it's great that I risk
Oh yeah,
it
that's
all
right.
the time.
Yeah.
Look, my boss is great. My captain, I don't know.
Ha ha ha.
Look.
Oof.
Sometimes you have to make the hard choices to save the ship, and the person who is very good at free running is the best candidate to sacrifice to save the rest of the ship when free running is required for said sacrifice.
Oh god, you're the Knights Templar in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
No,
So I'm spending the determination for its speed as a drug, and focus either in survival or free running, depending on whether this is more the mental action of like trying to
This is the mental
do
part.
this. Okay. Then
So
survival.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Too bad his daring's good. That's unfortunate.
No, his daring isn't very good. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great.
It's a
Could be
10.
7. Could be lower.
Could be 7. You're right. Could be 7.
Like a more reasonable person, you know.
Yeah.
Like a certain handsome Vulcan, just pointing it out.
And then using the same logic as last time, quantum awareness here. I've already confronted this like fear of losing oneself without anyone knowing and such. So that isn't holding me back.
No. Yes, because the doctor didn't let on that they know. If the doctor knew if the doctor let on that they knew, then that wouldn't be true. Someone would know that you were lost, right? But you don't know that yet.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you still think you could be forgotten.
All right. So that's 3 hits on the board right now, plus 2 from determination. I have 5 hits on the board. I just have to get 1. I'm going to.
You don't have to get any. You've succeeded. It's just comp
Cool.
check.
I've succeeded. Great. Did we track the momentum gain from Faith in the Heart with that determination spend?
Yeah, you gain momentum from that.
I will spend 1 then. 1 momentum.
Friggin' okay.
You know.
Just put it in there. It was nice and buffed. Faith of the Heart.
No.
Rolled a Sato accidentally there. That was Griffin's roll though. So you know, there's a comp.
Threat or comp is 1 momentum is gained.
I will give you threat here.
Aww.
And then, without a word to Tweer, I bolt out the hole which I caused myself in here and start just running up the mountainside.
Rip it. Oh. Oh dear.
All right, Doctor. You won't be disturbed.
Must hurry. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. Oh, I must work quickly. I am going to spend 3 momentum.
Okay.
What's the difficulty of this now?
Right now it's 4. Gene resequencers could bring that down to 3. You do not automatically get difficulty reductions for achieving certain amount of progress. That is a potential breakthrough sometimes, but not always. I mean, in this
Okay.
case, the breakthrough was actually a negative thing.
Okay, cool. Re-rolling that 0.
What did you? What resources did you spend?
I spent 3 momentum, which was
Okay.
all the momentum that was on the board.
3 gained, and an assist from the ship and
Oakland.
Shisholan.
Oh, sorry, my mouse got stuck in
That
down
is
position.
3 more. Oh
Yeah.
no, that is 1 more.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
sorry, my mouse got stuck in the down position over the button.
Prospective team leader to bring the diff down again.
Before you do that, you'd have to give me a momentum for him to assist.
I don't need it.
Oh, never mind then.
So that is
5 more work, but I spend 2 momentum to get 6 work. That finishes the track.
all right. The doctor finishes the cure just as the situation in space starts heating up.
God damn it.
I prefer it didn't.
We change scenes. In orbit over the world, very urgently, Ensign Kaufman turns around and says, "Lieutenant, the Essex is breaking orbit."
Put a communication through to them, helm, match them.
Hi, sir.
If communication attempts fail, tractor.
You fly after them. Several attempts at communication are attempted with no response, and finally, a beleaguered Captain Harral comes on the screen and says, "I'm not gonna die on this godforsaken planet. We gotta make it out of here." Inverni from your brief training in the academy, you know that this is likely your only chance to solve this without violence. If they disconnect, you no longer. If they disconnect with the orders you've been given from the planetary governor, you won't have a legal choice anymore.
Yeah, I think between orders from the governor and Directive 24, or General Order 24, that is just a.
So let me tell you what the difficulty is.
Yeah. Definitely a well.
I have bad news for them if they don't want to die out on the planet. They'll die in space if they don't
I mean,
stop.
They've
Yeah.
never been on the planet, so they were never going to die on the planet.
Yeah.
So there's that, you
Facts,
know, positive
logic.
thinking.
Yeah. Really concerned about something you don't need to worry about.
I'm going to spend 3 on the value.
Screen. There you go.
I can't wait to hear this value.
Your mother was a toaster. What? It applies if you think about it really
Value,
hard.
I don't listen to toasters.
New value. I don't listen to toasters.
Trait, I see everyone as a toaster.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Toaster vision.
On the
That is
value,
The most out of pocket thing I've ever heard.
on the value, Starfleet hasn't caught me yet.
Okay.
Oh my fuck. Was this guy involved in the colonial smuggling we saw earlier on in the campaign?
He is. Oh,
God
actually,
damn
hold
it.
on, hold on. There may. I actually may have jumped the gun a little bit.
Get it?
I
Get it?
forgot a
Jump the
talent
gun.
he has
Oh,
because
yeah.
he's an Orion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
Lions have a
damn
cool
it.
thing for this sort of thing. I almost played it.
Oh. Do they?
Y'all.
Great.
Good
I
to
am
know.
I
built
was
for
gonna bring
this.
it up, but he brought it up, so it's too late now.
It's like I am very much built for this moment here in time.
Okay,
and
actually, I correct myself. He does not call you.
fuck.
Oh, does he just like spend threat and just whoop 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 out of there?
Well, he doesn't have that power, I don't think.
It's a different
Spend
sound effect,
threats to
actually.
cease to be. Like,
As the ship is not responding and leaving, he spends 2 threat on the talent. That wasn't me. You are pretty confident that he is a trustworthy captain, that he wouldn't be putting himself or the colony at risk. That says nothing about what you are required to do or have to do. All that you have to keep in mind is that Inverni trusts that captain to be responsible.
So this isn't the
Hate
captain's
this.
fault. He doesn't. This isn't his fault. So we still have to stop the ship.
Yeah, it's not the captain's fault, clearly, but he's being held at gunpoint on the bridge of his own ship or something like that for this to be happening. Like he's not in
You
command anymore.
can't believe that he would do this, but
Yeah.
crew? Well, his
Yeah,
crew.
he's clearly not in
Oh,
command anymore.
But yeah,
Uh,
with that, you don't get any response actually from them.
Fuck. Well, okay, never mind. This went from something I could actually reasonably do to a more complicated.
Oh no, no, you've crossed into the territory where you have a legal obligation to use force if necessary.
Yes, which within instruction was if they didn't respond to communications, we have a tractor beam, and I believe we can use it.
As long as we close the close, we can fire our tractor beam at them. Captain?
I'd have to double check how tractor beams work because they have a scale of 3 and you have a scale of 2.
Yeah.
Can you boost power to the tractor beam?
Tractor beam.
It's only going to help you succeed at the roll.
Yeah. It's that or, shoot their engines because we kind of have to. Artana, I hope you don't miss.
All right, tractor beams.
Hmm.
The strength of a tractor beam is equal to scale -1. Trapping a target within the beam is diff 2, control security, assisted by structure security. If the target is, if successful, they're immobilized and cannot move. The difficulty is equal to the beam strength.
It'd be difficult for them to escape, but it would stop them temporarily.
Yeah, you are confident in the knowledge that your tractor beam versus them would be trivial. Although Starfleet would still judge you if you did not use that as a first solution.
Yeah, it's like we have to at least get them to stop moving, and then they're going to have the
They have to commit
they're
to
actually
breaking
doing
it.
something. They're not just going to let us go, and maybe that will force them to talk.
Sort of the security
Or make
guard putting a
them
hand on your shoulder thing, like, you need to
Yeah.
stop moving. I break away from you. Well, now I have to use more force. I tried to
Yeah,
do minimal
yeah.
force.
It's the hands on your shoulder. Are you now going to talk, or are you going to try and do something more drastic? So yeah, that's it. Close the distance, get the tractor beam locked on them.
All right. Do you have a way to force yourself to go first?
They have to spin if they want to go first.
Then you go first.
That's a yes.
Because I'm constantly watching, so I'm already calling out what's happening.
This wouldn't be great to have a con officer who has no hesitation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then it's not a
No,
question.
I wonder
yeah.
where they are. I wonder what series of events led them to not.
You know, right
Running,
now,
with crazy, like hair and eyes throughout the jungle, like a mad
You know what I
mad
just
woman with a
remembered?
torn uniform.
What's that?
what you just remembered?
I did use Expedition Expert last time, and I think that still carries across. So you technically have rerolls for con
Nice.
in the for
Um,
traversing
Yeah,
the
no,
terrain.
right now,
So
Gwen's doing her best impression of a mountain goat.
So, if we want to, I assume, GM, that this is a range accurate. We're at medium range to the target.
Yes, this isn't range accurate.
yeah,
So we'll probably need, probably activate my power to turn so we can have our pilot move closer and then keep so we fire the tractor beam.
yeah. Operations specialist Suzuki.
All right. Someone would need to roll for them, but that's no diff.
Hey Griffin,
You get to be a pilot
you want to be here in spirit?
again.
Yeah, sure.
Technically, his name's not Mitsubishi. It would be doing a different maneuver right now.
Uh-huh.
That's terrible. You should feel bad. You should feel bad about that. Just no.
Slowly. Not the Imperial March, but an Imperial March.
Oh,
starts
get away
forward.
with you.
I cannot stress enough how much I think the Andromeda is in the right here. It would be bad, actually, for this cargo ship to infect the whole Federation with super plague.
Yeah,
Yes, it would.
yeah.
All right.
I believe it's control con? Question mark?
Control. I mean, yeah, it's
Yes.
We just have a vague list of well, not even a vague, a very exact and specific list of protocols to follow
Yeah.
to
Wow.
not
this guy should really
have-
get a focus that's useful.
Hey, we now know what you should get
well,
next.
I mean, you happen to be in charge of. I mean, I'm you're in charge of him, and I'm in charge of you. So
Am I in charge of him? I don't think I'm technically a department head.
He's not a chief.
Hey,
So
yo,
yes,
He's not.
you're-
True.
you are not the head of any of the departments.
Like, I'm the
because you're
senior most
an
nav
officer,
officer.
but he does fall under you in the same way that, like, a platoon sergeant isn't in command of a platoon, but every enlisted person in the platoon does fall under
Yeah,
his authority.
yeah. I can
Yeah.
give him orders, but he doesn't report to me.
That is correct.
Yeah. All right. So rolling 2, no focus. That's so sad. I need to give this
I mean-
man some love.
Unless he wants
This
to. Like,
is not his first activation. Oh, obviously, because he has multiple talents, so you could give him a focus at the end of the episode.
I mean, yeah, I could. Am I going to? See, he rolls just fine without it.
3
fucking
momentum
need it, What the
gained.
hell?
Plus ship.
Uh,
Oh my
push.
god.
Engine's con.
Con.
Where? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go.
2 more momentum gained.
You don't get to...
One thing you could do is you can't affect the beam's strength, but you could establish relevant traits if you have enough momentum to spend after succeeding on the tractor beam roll. So 2 to keep because you don't have the captain with you.
This is why you should have let her Katra take over your body.
No, that would
No, none of
Wait,
You
that.
still wouldn't be here.
you'd be running through the jungle wild, fighting over the control of Griffin's body.
Okay, yeah, but communicators can reach into space, so maybe I don't
You
know.
keep slapping yourself and running through the jungle.
Okay,
So
well,
stupid.
I'll make my jokes more lore accurate next time. I promise.
Yeah, please do.
Difficulty
My God.
2, control security, assisted by ship structure security.
Shall I let loose their cap?
Yeah, feel free.
Because I would love Coffin to get more experience, but he doesn't know how to use these systems as well as I do.
And we want this thing, to be grabbed, and hopefully make some momentum, and we might be able to make some traits to increase their difficulty to break away.
Security, shipboard tactical weapons, because a tractor beam is a
Yes.
tactical weapon. None of my traits really matter here. None of my talents really matter here. Not yet, anyway. That's a different thing. I wish
Any
I
of
could
them
use that.
sort of matter.
I have no reason to challenge anything because everything is in line with our mission and my values. Do need to hit it if 2.
If necessary, I
can,
can give you
yeah.
determination.
He can.
I don't know if you want to do that to me yet. Well, the reason you want to do that actually is because what I'm thinking is I might fire it at. I don't need determination for this. Sorry. I'm thinking if I succeed at this roll, I might fire Granite Order of Tactics to increase the potency of a trait.
Yeah.
You will want momentum, and you do have to succeed at least at the diff 2.
Yeah, exactly.
You want it more. You'll want at least 4 successes to pull that off.
It's that, or hey, I'm a human with spirit of discovery, and
just buy a bunch. You know.
I just make 4 momentum. Yay!
That's a great power.
Then we both took it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking the game plan is to spend the 3 momentum just to make sure I nail it, and then if we get momentum out of that, great. If we don't, you can Faith of the Heart us some momentum.
Spirit of discovery.
Spirit of discovery.
Heart, yeah.
Would that plan make sense to you, GM?
Yeah.
Is that a legal move? Okay, good. I didn't want to fire it and be like, actually, like, oh, I probably should have asked the GM if he's okay with that.
Oh, sorry. Actually, he needs to do it before the roll or after the roll, not during the roll.
What if you direct me and that's how you're able to fire it?
You could do that.
Because that way we have a momentum.
You also get an assist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to do that?
Yep.
So that costs a momentum. To do a direct costs a momentum.
Yeah.
Oh, does it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And now you assist with presence command.
Do you need to call out a value for your thing to fire? Or is it just fire?
I can do values or mission directives,
Okay.
I believe.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, that is correct.
So, I mean, and I've already done a value, so I'll do, the mission directive that we were given by the governor. Because that was a mission directive, correct?
The governor did not
When
was
she
never put in a
assumed-
position where she needed to override your existing orders.
Oh, I thought
She
she was
had the
adding an additional to them.
She had the authority to override the directives if it was necessary, but she didn't need to.
Directive 2
Okay,
kind
I
of
thought
falls,
that's
think.
what she. Yeah,
Directive
thought
2
that, I just
is
thought that's what she
exactly
did
the
when
situation.
she said, "Hey, this is what I want you to do now with this authority I have now claimed."
No, because that basically standing orders were to do the directives, and
Gotcha.
if she was gonna give you new orders, they would be in line with the directives because she
Yeah.
wasn't mad for power or anything. She wanted you to do the reasonable thing, and also the standing directives want you to do the reasonable thing.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
standard directives does have 2 anyway. So, incurable diseases, yes, that one.
So
Do
we
not
gain
allow
4?
4.
Yes.
Alright, so
14.
I am
Huh?
So I'll buy a couple dice. That should give us plenty enough to do. Cause we'll have enough to create a trait, even if we hit. Because we have at least, yeah. Don't mind me, everybody. I just make every roll complicated.
I mind you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Could you complicate every roll instead of making every roll complicated? I think that would make the GM
Fuck
happy.
Are you gonna play nice with the GM and let me have that, or are you gonna take it away from me as well?
Oh, I'm taking it away from you.
Oh,
You're not being nice to me. I'm not being nice to you.
Oh, hey.
How many times you robbed me
Oh,
of
man.
that? You know how many times? Vengeance.
no!
many.
I have. I played a Klingon game. I gave you more than you've ever deserved.
I know, that was the problem. I don't know. So I think I hit it.
It's difficulty
Oh,
2.
ship.
Yeah, you still need the ship.
Hey, the ship can help me here.
Structure security.
I can't find the friggin' structure. You. Oh, there we go.
So, what's that? 6 successes.
6 on a 2, so 4.
6 on diff 2.
So first off, locking on. Creating the trait. The tactical trait I'm thinking of to trigger Order of Granite, Grankite, sorry. Thanks, Discord. Basically, I'm grabbing them at the nose sort of thing, so it's kind of swinging the ship around in a weird way, so it's making it hard it's adding to their, it's making it hard for them to navigate. Like, it's not a great way to stop them, it's a great way to push them out of position, so they can't just warp cleanly or maneuver cleanly. So something like a trait of unconventional lock-on point or something.
Arrested navigation, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, arrested navigation 1.
And I'll Order of Grankite to up the potency of it.
All right.
Um.
So right now they're effectively looking at a diff 3.
And is it possible to increase?
That is assuming they actually. Let me clarify.
Sure.
That is assuming they attempt the raw power escape. There are 3 other listed ways to attempt that would not come into contact with that trait. So you may want to try to think of a one that would encompass those.
What are those?
The book, page 231. Disabling the emitter, disrupting the emitter, modulating shields, or raw power. That trait you created would cover raw power. It wouldn't cover the other 3. So yeah, I was thinking you might want to actually think of a different trait to try to cover more of those.
And everything but what I want. There we go. I have 5, so I can only create 2 more in theory.
Well, and I'm saying maybe rephrase the one you created to try to cover more than one of these.
Well, actually, what I'm thinking is covering the raw power is fine for me.
Okay.
Because if they want to disable the emitter, I'm thinking of just popping our shields on. So that way, if they don't disable the emitter, they actually have to shoot us.
I assume your shields are on already.
Oh, okay.
Inverni can correct me if I'm wrong, but I assumed your shields haven't gone down since you got into they've been on for hours.
Because even yellow alert or blue alert, you fire your
Yeah.
shields at least anyway, just for safety reasons.
It didn't hurt your ability not to be infected.
Yeah. Well, good golly. I am.
If you want to create another trait, I have a suggestion for helping with either the disable or disrupting or the modulating.
I'll hear him out.
For modulating, you could try to create a trait of disruptive tractor beam in that, or shifting tractor frequency,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I was thinking along that line
Basically,
too,
as
yeah.
they try to modulate, you're modulating as well, or shielded emitter. Basically, you're constantly giving maneuver commands to Khan to keep the emitter out of line of sight of their weapons.
So what I'm thinking, guys, because I'm scared they're gonna get out one of the other ways. Because I can cover 3 of the bases basically. I can't cover all 4. So I'm thinking of swift tasking.
Well, with what I suggested, you would be covering all 4.
Would I? Oh.
If you spent towards all of them, because disrupting or disabling are going, both of those need them to be able to interact with the emitter, right?
Oh, well, I'll spend to cover all our bases because that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
No reason not to do that.
Yeah, Grand Kite only fires once a mission, so you have to choose one of the 3 traits to be upped.
I'm thinking, actually, given what they are, opening everything but the book. There we go.
They are a
I'm just wondering if they're better at con, engineering, or science or security. They're probably not great at security because they're
so
afraid
they have only basic defensive weapons.
security's out.
That's free knowledge. You knew that because you're escorting them. They
Yeah.
have a pretty powerful engine system because they have to deal with a lot of strong gravitational fields. They're constantly coming in and out of orbit.
So would that go to their con or their engineering score?
They have a high engines score. They don't have.
Okay, that would help with raw power. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it to raw power then. That makes sense to me.
Okay. Okay, so if they attempt a raw power, the base diff is 3. If they attempt anything else, the base diff is 2. 1 from the tractor beam, 1 from a situational trait.
Yep. And you wouldn't be able to swift task anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
And he
save at least.
directed you.
Oh, that's right. Yep, you're right. It'd be swift tasking you. You're right.
All right, is that it for you?
Unless our cap is gonna swift task to do something else. I've done everything I can so far, short of shooting at them.
Swift task, yeah. I don't have the means to swift task. And there's nothing we can really do to force their comms open.
Yeah, if they don't call us back, they don't call us back.
You can broadcast, and you can assume they hear you. It's just that they're not responding.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, we've been more or less doing that with
as long as it's not. Yeah, you have no reason to suspect their comm system is damaged, which means they can hear you and they don't care.
Yeah, no, it's just when I said that, I mean there's no way to force them to talk to us as well.
Yes, that is correct.
So yeah,
All
then
right.
we'll just leave it there and see if they what their response to the hand on their shoulder is. Will they now talk to us, or will they get stupid?
That is a good question. I'm gonna first. You know what? I will go ahead and spin for the complication. You trust this captain and think that probably his hand has been forced by an out of control crew that is afraid of death, right? They're afraid of this
Yeah.
infection, and that's caused them to act irrationally. What Inverni does not know and cannot know at this point is that the captain is fully aware of what he's doing. He is losing somewhat control of his faculties because of the illness that he is suffering.
Oh,
But
God damn it.
also, even if that weren't true, you have now tractored him, and he get his fight or flight triggers as there are a significant amount of unregistered food synthesizers that he picked up from a star base where they fell off the back of another freighter. And he has plans for those that don't align with the Federation's plans for the colony they were supposed to go to.
Yeah.
And you now,
Damn it.
while before he was just afraid of dying, now he's afraid of going to prison, which actually seems much worse than death at the moment. Because he's
yeah,
not
I
thinking
mean-
rationally.
Oh, for goodness
Is-
sake.
His brain is being rewritten, and that is causing him to make a terrible mistake. The complication is going to be that he would normally only do raw power. He is going to choose one of the other options, and because it's a complication, he's going to choose the worst option, which is disabling the emitter.
Worst option for us or for him?
For him, because he's shooting at a Starfleet vessel.
Which will
Oh, yeah.
necessitate
Okay.
us return
Worst.
fire.
It's like
It's also worse for you because he's acting with violence towards a Starfleet vessel, which kind of forces the appropriate response from you.
Yeah, it's like, well, not only were we obligated to shoot you for trying to leave a quarantine order, we now have to shoot you for shooting us.
Yeah, you threatened the safety of the
Shoot
crew.
twice.
To even succeed, it is a diff 2 task. He spending towards the value that Starfleet hasn't caught him yet.
He's trying really hard to change that.
That is 1, 2, 3,
God.
4, 5. On a diff 2. Assisted by weapon security.
Okay.
That's actually a failure because they have a weapons of 7 and a security score of 0.
Oh.
They don't have a security department.
It's just like a dude leaning out an airlock with a phaser.
No, it's literally like we have a laser for mostly for pushing
Yeah.
rocky bodies out of the way in orbit of large planets, right? That's
Yeah.
all it does. And we don't have a guy who operates it. The captain just like changes seats when that has to be done. So the
Oh
ship
my
is no
God.
help at all, but he's a quick shot Despite the angling the chief ordered Khan to take, the freighter makes an abrupt maneuver that gives them just the slightest line of sight to the emitter, and they disable it in a shot. And that is the end of their turn because I only have one threat left. As Ensign Kaufman says, Lieutenant, they've fired on us. The emitter has gone down.
Huh. I imagine it's probably been like an open channel on the bridge this time. Like it's the, hey, this is the Andromeda, stop, etc., etc.
Yeah,
Okay, and then they've heard the, okay, put them in a tractor beam, and then
Yeah,
okay,
in the
you have
future,
now fired on a Federation vessel.
some future Starfleet hearing, it's going to be really sad because people listen to you spend like 10 minutes trying to talk these people out of making a terrible decision, and they just never listen to you.
It's like, okay. It's like, well, now you have fired upon a Federation vessel while attempting to violate a quarantine zone. It's like narrating.
What did you want me to do?
It's like, yeah, it's like the crew knows exactly what's going to happen now. It's probably like okay, we could fire up them this range, but I believe we probably want to move just a bit away, don't we?
Not necessarily. We're within. It's within range.
You can shoot at them. It is more difficult, but you can shoot at them.
You confident in that, Artana?
Well, why is it more difficult?
Oh, sorry. That is correct. The difficulty doesn't change on range. It's only that if you exceed range, you're not allowed to use the weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, it did used to be that it was closer that it was harder. So I haven't actually been around for space combat.
No.
I've had plenty of time to learn.
Yeah.
For some
Why do you
reason.
say that? It's less. It's like 4 episodes out of like the 15 we've done that y'all have done.
Hey, that's more than everyone else. Take that. No.
Okay. I'm actually trying to do some space combat in my Star Trek rather than just like not.
I see how it is. It's fine.
Yeah. Yep.
I said it. So.
So do you want me to put a hole in them, Cap, or?
Yes. Attempt to disable their engines firstly, but.
Captain, getting target solution on engine system. And firing torpedoes.
You're actually good at targeting subsystems, right?
We get the benefit because of our ship. We actually get the benefits of both. We get a reroll, and we can choose where we're shooting rather than rolling where we're shooting.
Oh, I thought it was a thing that you had, but it's a thing the ship has.
No. My thing is I ignore resistance now.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a talent?
Yeah, I swapped out.
Oh,
something.
do you have the one that Varder had?
Piercing torpedo or piercing salvo. That's what
piercing salvo. No. Okay. Yeah.
You
when you sub-target, you get penetration from sub-targeting. It's just.
You gain 1 threat for firing torpedoes.
I will say that torpedoes is an escalation that is not within.
You get a threat. You get a threat. You get a threat.
Is it not? We have taken fire and they're attempting to violate a quarantine.
Because the reason I'm firing at engines in particular.
What I'll probably do is at the end of the episode take a presence roll from you, only because they are a civilian vessel with very limited tactical systems, so a torpedo is overkill. But I will accept that it's all going to be dependent on how Inverni frames the situation.
Yeah, he's willing to try to do that.
I'll go with you to the
In
court
which case,
martial.
it's still his order, so it's not like, Artana, you're not getting hit for it. It's still Annie's order, hopefully.
And I'm not guaranteed going to hit you with it. I will allow like a presence roll to, because it is an acceptable use of a weapon system. It's just so overkill that a zealous Starfleet Jag.
Use a rocket launcher to disable the fleeing vehicle. I'm really good with rocket launchers, sir. Yeah.
To be fair, the fleeing vehicle is a truck, and we are on a scooter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I owe you a shot. It's a diff 3 no matter what anyway.
Yep.
I have the appropriate talent. Talent.
Moped, actually.
You should have just fired the rocket
Focus.
backwards. That way it launches you forwards with such speed you would catch up to the puck.
Do a rocket jump.
I am going to. It's a diff 3. I'm probably going to hit because I'm pretty good at shooting, honestly. I will buy at least a die. So I'll have 3 dice. I'll have the ship helping me. I don't want to give you more threat. Because you have 2. I don't want to. You're going to need that anyway. But if I shoot, then I need to do. Are there shields up? The civilian vessel.
1 second.
Just occurred to me. It might matter if I have momentum for extra. They need to peel their shields away. I'll probably need momentum to create a trait even. I don't know if I can do enough to pull their shields all the way down. Oh no, I don't have to.
Yes.
Okay.
They do have shields. Those shields are not up.
Okay. So we're gonna. Okay. I have to think about what I'm doing now. I don't want to accidentally blow them up. What's their scale?
3.
Oh crap. How much do we hit for with our torpedoes? Our intensity? Where are you?
4,
There
I
it
think,
is.
right? Because it's 3 + 1 from the weapon systems.
Yeah, because we have a high enough weapon system. So if we do a 4 intensity with their shields down, because they're just gonna straight up take breaches equal to our intensity. Assuming I hit. If we do 4,
Is it equal to intensity?
if they don't have shields. Shields is how they avoid the injury, essentially.
Well, I knew they'd take 1 breach. I thought it'd be 1 + 1 for high yield. I didn't think it would be 4 breaches + 1 for high yield.
Oh, maybe you're right, actually. Because maybe intensity just that. Reduce the target shields by 1 for
Intensity
each
is
point of damage.
important.
The ship's shields are already 0. The ship suffers a breach instead. Otherwise,
Yeah,
ships...
yeah. The intensity
Okay.
is only relevant for how much you do to shields. The intensity doesn't change how many breaches you do.
Okay, so I
High
just need
yield
to...
does that.
I just need to hit them.
Okay.
Because we'll do 2...
And you're doing 2 or 3? Because doesn't it just say you do a breach just because their shields are down?
1 because we'll be doing a breach because their shields are down. They'll get another one because of high yield.
Okay.
Which means that will be greater to or equal to their scale. That will destroy their engines. So they won't be able to run away. They won't blow up because we're not doing enough damage to kill them.
Gotcha. Okay, seems like this is exactly proportional. Okay.
That's why I was double checking myself. I was like, oh, am I blowing them up? I don't think I am.
No, if a single system on your ship suffers a number of breaches equal to or greater than half the ship's scale, the system has been destroyed.
Right.
So it only needs to take 2.
Yeah, and if it can't do any engines rolls, then it can't go to warp because you need an engine roll to even run away.
Yep. And at that point, even if they try to shoot at us, we can just move out of their range.
Yep.
And just, okay, guys.
If we did things greater than their scale, we'd be at risk of blowing them up, because a critically damaged NPC ship can just blow up. But if we just destroy the system, that doesn't kill them. That just destroys whatever system we blew up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Well, I bought a die. I can reroll one of these. I need to hit diff 3 with the ship. I'm not going to give you more threat, I don't think. Yeah. Believe in ourselves. Wrong sheet. Try again, sir. There you go. Bang. Oh, good golly. And chip. I rolled the wrong thing, but
That's 3
Weapons
on a
would've
diff
been-
3.
weapons would have been enough.
Oh, then that's 4 on a diff 3?
That's 3 on a diff 3.
Okay.
I think we just destroy.
Oh, you can instead of doing a second breach, increase the potency, basically the difficulty to repair, from 4 to 5. I don't think that's what you want to do in this situation. That's just FYI. High yield has 2 options.
Oh, that's cool. Neat. Yeah, no, we'll go with the additional breach. That's neat. Cool.
Then yeah, a photon torpedo is loaded on A deck by diligent crewman Shisharan and fired by Senior Chief Artana, lances across open space and rips apart the freighter's engines without destroying the freighter. Artana, your screen shows they're at a dead stop and reactor output is negligible.
Torpedo, direct hit on engine system. Their engines are disabled currently, Captain. They're dead in space.
Thank you, Chief. What was the name of this vessel again?
Essex.
The
Sir.
S6.
This is the Andromeda to the Essex. Your engines have been disabled in response to your attempt to breach quarantine, and you're proceeding to fire upon a vessel of the Federation and Starfleet. As you are presently disabled, if you cease further fire upon our vessel, we are prepared to assist you as necessary. We also have the means to quarantine a virus that may have reached your systems. Please respond. You know, okay, you can't fight, well, you can fight anymore, but you shouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend because unless you spend to keep, it's going to go to them.
Nope.
Yeah, we could
Yeah,
keep
alright.
if we wanted to.
And the captain's already gone, so this is just some of the crew. I'm going to spend 2 to increase the trait erratic merchant crew. Actually, I'm going to take us out of combat as we do this. So, Inverni, you can succeed at a presence command diff 3, or the delirium the illness is caused is going to make them destroy their own ship.
Oh my god.
As they're not rational actors right now.
Oh,
They're
okay.
literally in the process of dying. They're not doing this out of spite. They're doing this because literally they're delirious from
Yeah. Yeah.
having a virus try to kill them.
Yep. Okay. Mediation, maybe, possibly.
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that.
Um, uh, spoke with the masters. Maybe one of them was a specific master in delirium.
I'll take that there was a master of conflict resolution. Like there was you just happened to
or no, someone who knows Kolinar.
Yeah.
no, I'm thinking you happened to have a short conversation with a very old Vulcan woman, and she just casually mentioned in conversation that she was one of the lead negotiators in ending the Earth Romulan War.
Oh, okay, yeah.
as like a foreign dignitary, like a mediator, and just kind of like gave you some like negotiation tactics you can use when you only have
Mhm.
audio communication, when you can't see the other person.
Yeah.
She's just like 230 years old or something like that.
That tracks.
And but my vague argument for mediation was actually kind of no, we're trying to. They've got two states of mind that are kind of arguing with each other in their own heads right now. So we're trying to mediate between those two states of mind and single people, which is
yeah,
weird, but-
yeah. Convincing them to stand down is mediation.
yeah. But yes, that, and I need a 3. Okay. I'm going to use that talent one of these days, but hopefully not today, because I can't actually. If I fail here, they're dead, so there's no learning from failure. Hmm. None of those other traits help. This is just to give you some threat.
This is the final roll, so I'm not going to accept threat.
I have to do a flat roll to get a 3.
Assist, perhaps, since we're out of combat?
I'll take an assist, yeah.
I'm thinking about assisting with presence security. That's or presence command, either way. GM, actually.
A light touch is needed because they're irrational, so command is what you're going to want.
I don't have a focus, likely, because communication system isn't really the issue. Does my Duranium Chief help him at all? Like I'm coming up, or either Vulcan?
You would have to be the lead for them to consider your traits, unless your trait suggested like it's primarily good when assisting.
You have a better focus than I do. It's better that you lead this rather than me, I think.
Yeah. I can burn a value potentially.
But you'd get it after the roll, yeah.
This is is this
as long as we're not in turn order and you haven't, no dice have been rolled, you can do it.
Okay.
It matters much more in combat or when I've already had the enemy roll and I've locked you into that roll.
Yeah. Okay.
Because yeah, it's an order of operations thing. Yeah, you burn it and you can't use it then, and you just wait and then you do the task, right?
Yeah.
I'm fine with it as long as we're not in combat or an enemy outside of combat hasn't rolled and is like established. Like the next thing you have to do is resolve the roll.
Gotcha. I'm considering burning. Logic is the beginning of wisdom, not the end, because there is no logic nor wisdom in the people over there at the moment.
I'd accept that.
there is no start or beginning. No beginning or end over there.
Do, do.
And either act with confidence even if you don't feel confident, or probably shouldn't embrace the absurdity of existence. Actually, that would just be like, go ahead, do it.
No, but you find yourself in an absurd situation, and you can't like sit here and ponder that fact. You need to just accept that
To live
they
in
are
that
acting
absurdity, yeah.
irrationally and move forward. So I would
Yeah.
accept that.
That's true. So yeah, we'll burn logic as the beginning of wisdom, not the end. We no longer have the same value, Captain. Not that we used it the same way at all.
You'll still want to record that because if right at the end of the episode you record all the values that you used. You'll still want to record that one because whatever replaces it can
Call back.
back to this one.
Okay. And then we will, yes, embrace the absurdity of existence, which means faith of the heart.
Yes.
Dink.
When I use that for an extra die, which we will then use to get by a third die or a second die that I'll actually roll.
Okay.
So I'm rolling 2. We've got 2 successes on the board already.
You need
I'm
one
going to
more
kill myself if I
success
whiff this horrific thing.
between the two of you.
Yep. Fuck.
All right.
I can't assist. Oh, you got at least one hit.
You
Never mind.
can. I've got-
His determination allows you to assist because he's already got 2 successes. There you go.
Oh my god.
Oh, the
I
the
was
loop-
like, I just pulled some shit so I could actually try and pass this roll, and it's immediately like, nah.
yeah, Bernie is giving everything they've got to bring this situation around, and it's only through the assistance of Aratana, who's seen situations like this many times before, that Inverni's able to close this out and send probably like EVA suited personnel over to like take control of the vessel.
Yeah.
And that will close the episode
We've successfully stopped some
Dr.
smuggling as well.
to Weir invented a cure for a novel virus, and Inverni kept a couple of merchant crewmen from killing themselves.
God, I gotta imagine there was probably a scene of like the doctor and the possessed griffin having like a confrontation at the edge of a cliff.
I'm imagining like the security division was just sent into the woods, and like Griffin's running through the woods as like darts with
Yeah. It's a hunting party.
yeah, like like animal control is hunting the wild griffin through the through the
Aw,
Vulcan jungle.
We
imagine-
found like all of our tranquilizer guns. For whatever reason, we couldn't use
Okay,
finish your set on stun,
can't
so we
catch
used
me.
tranquilizer
can't catch me.
guns.
I joke, but in this is like essentially what they did in what was it, The Edge of Tomorrow?
City on the Edge of Forever, where
yeah.
McCoy loses his mind to drugs and they got to go chase him down. Yeah.
Yeah, this is essentially what happens to Griffin. Except instead of 1940s New York, it's the jungle.
Yeah.
What-
I just feel like it
same.
would be
I ran to
I
the
feel like it would
mountains, not the
I
jungle.
feel like it would be very Trek for like the two doctors to have like an argument about life and death.
Oh yeah, well, with Griffin arguing back not as Griffin but as the
Yeah,
Doctor, yeah, being like, I wanted to live forever, and he's like, yeah, but look at where you are now. Like, are you, when it's only when you're facing down death that you see, who you really are. So who are you, Doctor? And
An asshole. You.
And
an asshole shoots you.
with all that, for all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. And look forward to seeing you all next time. Bye. I'm just glad I didn't accidentally blow up that ship.
Yeah.
You were pretty close. If I had more thread.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I could have tried to maneuver the situation better, but
Good job,
you-
everyone.
you're very, very specific not to do that.
Good
Mission
job,
accomplished.
everyone else cleaning up my mistake.
Yep.
You-
You know how vindicated I would feel if the second the captain gets taken off the board, everyone else gets hit with a huge rep ding from accidentally overreacting to a situation.
Thank you very much. The Italian was calm and measured. And
I mean,
had coffee.
unfortunately,
You did
the exact
great,
opposite is what
legitimately.
ended up happening.